Hey, it's live. Yes. Let's see if we can share the link. Let's see. Streamed 4 months ago. No, that's not it. It's this one. Alright. Now let's hope everything is okay. In the background, I think I checked what I needed to check. Right, okay, let's share the link in a sec.
Hey, it's live.
Oh, haha, that's myself. Let's close it down, the volume, okay. Okay, video is good quality, I think. Stream should be okay as well, okay. Okay, let's share link. Let's see if it gets the thumbnail. Yeah, it does. Right. That's one. Alright, let's see. This is a second group. And another one. And I think people are slowly getting in. Oh my. Guys, you're quick. How's the audio? Okay, so this is all fine. Let's see. Yep. Let's move screens a bit around so I can respond to your chats somewhere. Yeah, I think this is the best place. Let's move OBS to this corner and let's move the chat to that corner. Okay, I think that is enough. Great. Well, we got a lot to do today, and I created a stack, as you can see here at the right, of all the things I want to do today. It will take a couple of hours, I can tell you that, especially the board refurbs and repairs. There are a couple of repairs as well, but some are mainly maybe just refurbs, so the usual work like swapping capacitors, adding a heatsink on the ULA chip and more. But let's hope that there are some things that need to be solved, some defects, some faults. Okay, thank you, Wayne, as always. And hello, Black Country Me, I forgot who you are, and Renee, of course. Good afternoon, no, in 2 minutes, not yet here. Okay, so got a lot of things to do. Sorted out a couple of repairs yesterday that have been waiting for way too long. I still need to sort out a couple of stuff for people that most probably are just waiting for being packed and shipped. That's my fault. Like for Fernando, Cesar, Robert and Roberto. Those are for people that I need to get stuff from the shelf there and check what the status is, and most of the stuff already done. I just didn't have the space and time, that sounds cool, space and time to process the return shipping yet, and it's too bad. I got way more to do, but I should have done this ages ago. Hey Patrick, good morning for 1 minute. Alright, so let's get started. Let's get to the first one, the DiffMC, and now it may look like I got loads of DiffMCs. That's not true. This is just something that is stacked up for a while. So it's not that I get so many DiffMC repairs in. It's mainly that I haven't worked on these for a while. This is from Walter. And let's see what the problem is. I won't show you his address, obviously. Let's see. Let's see. I think this one might have been damaged on a +3. He uses this on his +3, so that might be the problem with this one. Let's grab a ZX Spectrum to test it out. That's on the other side of the room. Just a second. This is a Harlequin 128 board, which I use a lot for testing. Right, so it boots up, and let's see what happens with the DiffMC attached. And I will show you in a second, because I don't think I can move the camera easily to show you what happens on the ZX Spectrum itself, but it doesn't even power up at all. So there's a huge short on this one. So there's nothing to see when it's attached. Let's see if the Spectrum still boots up. Yep. So there's a huge short on this one. Hey, what happened to my camera? Oh, of course, it's a small delay. I'm looking at the wrong screen here. All right. Okay, so let's get an open up. Let's put something underneath it, because I don't like scratching products, especially when these are from people already. Number 580, and at the moment we are at 1477. So this is an early one. You can call it that. And most probably voltage regulator and the CPLD chips are just gone. I bet I can even measure a short circuit on this one. Let's test it out. So let's put it in continuity test. This is ground, this is 3 volts, and it's completely gone. It's completely fried. It's the first one. I've never had one of these fry up like this before. So this is gone through a lot of trouble. Let's get the voltage regulator off. And then also most probably CPLD chip, but we can test it first with only a swapped voltage regulator. It's quite windy here in Holland today and rainy, so I have my window open, but it's getting cold. So we're using some hot air to get it off. Will take a second. So I've seen loads of DiffMCs, or not loads, but almost all DiffMCs that have gone faulty were damaged when connected to a ZX Spectrum +2 or +3, the black moles, with an original power supply. I've not yet come across a fault DiffMC that got faulty because with a refurbished or new power supply, though some people say that the power supply has been refurbished and still caused this, so there's some discussion going on what parts in the power supply should be refurbished or renewed. It's hard to tell. I think I'll link to a page on Facebook where someone said at least these parts need to be swapped out to get a reliable power supply again. But let's just see what happens when we put a new voltage regulator on, and maybe there are more parts dead. I'm not sure yet. So before powering it on, we'll do another continuity test and see if it's better now. Usually I use some flux for these parts, but this is such a big part, huge part, that you can just use some solder, it's enough. And there's flux in the solder as well, of course. Alright, let's see. So this is most probably not the only thing that's defective on this board. We still have a huge short, and that's not good. So I guess we need to swap out the CPLD chip now, or at least remove it and see what happens. More hot air. Hope you can see what I'm doing. Let me know if you have any questions, if you want to learn something, want to know what I'm doing exactly. Just ask me and then I will try to explain. Ah! Okay, we'll go to a different way. This is not working. Get loose, you. Okay, it's off. Now let's get the oscillator back in its place. Sorry, oscillator, I didn't mean to touch you. Too bad. Right, that's done. I will put on the new CPLD, but before doing that, I need to. I will not put on the new CPLD. Sorry, I will test the short to see if the short is gone now. But first, let's clean up the pads. That's what I wanted to do, which is quite hard because this is done with lead-free solder in the pick and place machine. Oh, and the reflow oven. So for these situations I use some new leaded solder, which is way more easy to remove. But I have to be careful because these pads are very tiny and will come off easily if you heat them up too long. I think from until now, from the thousands of different C interfaces that I made, I got like 30 or 40 back with faults, maybe more, I'm not sure. But the first model I made, the FMC Enjoy, the big one with the huge case, I made 1500 of those, and then got over to the new model, this one, the Pro one. And also have the FMC Enjoy Mini and lights, and Pro Mini lights. So I've made a lot of them, and I think in total I've made over 4,000. No, not 4,000. 3,500, I think. So fixing like 50 or so is not that bad. And most of the time, this is not. Most of the time, the interfaces didn't get faulty because of the production made it the way they're made, but because of problem with power supplies, and it's too bad. It's just that sometimes people don't believe me, and I had one person which I repaired his DiffMC interface for 3 times with the same cause on a +3, and of course I try to convince people that they should replace or refurbish their power supply, but sometimes it's hard. Well, okay, let's see if the short is gone now. Yep, it's gone. So these 2 points are 3.3 volts. This is ground, this is ground. So the short is gone, so it was obviously only in that chip. There's a big chance that also the other joystick chip is faulty as well now. But we'll see that in a minute. So first let's put on the new CPLD chip. Hey HN, good afternoon. It's afternoon now. Hey Nuno. Yeah, I'm back. I've never been gone, but I just kept low profile for a while to sort out all kinds of stuff. And I'm almost done with the new bookkeeping a system which is a real lot of work because I had to find a way of getting all the invoices that were in British pounds to euros, and not all invoices are in British pounds, but about half of them. So it's really hard. But we found a way with my accountant office, and now I need to do all the work to get them in, and all the invoices and bank and credit card and PayPal mutations, and then match them. Or it's such an amount of work. And that's for 2020, 2021, and this year. So we've got a lot of things to do, but we're getting there because we know now what needs to be done. It's just such an amount of work. And then also I need to finish SpectraNet production because I've sold quite a lot on the Black Friday weekend, and people are waiting. So they're totally right, and they should be mad at me because I'm just promising things that I'm not doing in time. So I'm trying to change that by getting rid of old work, just doing as much as I can. It's quite hard, but things have changed quite a lot. But actually, I'm not being stressed that much because of the backlog and the amount of work. I just try to keep mentally sound and just continue work. That's the best thing you can do. And of course, plan realistically. It's not easy to, or it is easy to plan a lot that you're not able to do in the time you want to. So anyway. So I'm already planning new things. And planning is it's not really planning, it's thinking of, because next year I want to move to a bigger space, not only for ByteDelight but also for my kids. They want more space. I've told it a couple of times before. It's not a joke, it's something I take very seriously, but it's hard, especially with the bookkeeping backlog, so I need to finish that first. Let's see if all contacts are good and if there are no shorts. That looks fine. The camera won't focus because I put it on manual focus, but you can see it, I think. I use an insane amount of cotton swabs as this one, just to clean it up, and usually I check if the connections are soldered well after cleaning it up, because you can see things a lot better then. I think I can see a short there, I'm not entirely sure, so let's check it out. Could be a short, could be some cotton. No, it was just some cotton. It's gone now. Alright. So, there will be no short at this moment, so the LEDs will light up. I even can power it up by USB, for example. It will get a cable in a second, so you can see what happens when I connect to power here. Right, so let's do that, because there's no problem with just testing out the what happens when you power it on. And for that I have a special cable. So this is my USB cable that applies 5 volt to my interfaces, for mainly for flashing the chips, like the CPLD chips, and no, that's it, because I flash the ROM on the ZX Spectrum itself. So we'll do that. I will grab 5 volts from somewhere. Oh, yeah, the mic is back. Camera is not. Just a second, I will reset the camera. This one is still on, yeah. Which one is it? This one. Deactivate, activate. Oh, no, it's completely gone. Oh, of course it's there. Stupid software. The Logitech software really is a pain. Alright, I'm back. Here I am again. So, I got 5 volts here. Flashback computing, hey! Let's see if I can pronounce your name. Christians, is that correct? Christians? Maybe I'm not pronouncing it correctly. Patrick Furlong, good afternoon. Do we have 2 Patricks now? I think so. Yeah, we have 2 Patricks, so that will be hard. Is there any modern day replacement for a +3 PSU? Yeah, I have a replacement that's made up a top grade 12 volt power supply and a 5 volt DC-DC converter in a cool custom made box. And that's really a reliable power supply. But many people also use I think Cisco power supply that has all the voltages that are required for a ZX Spectrum +2 or +3, and then they put on another plug. So that's another way to do it. Some people open up their original power supply and put in something else, like the Cisco power supply or another one. So there are plenty of ways of getting a proper power supply. There are more places to find them if you want. So I offer the one that's you can find on zxspectrum.shop. Is the PLA pre-programmed? No, it's not. I buy them pre-programmed, but not with my software on it. So not the FMC software on it. But they're cheaper because they're sold to a company and only programmed once, and you can program them thousands of times. So I buy them pre-programmed and then flash them again. So I will flash them in a second on the machine for that. Not from the camera. What? I didn't pull a plug. It's just that the USB hub that I use is a huge one, and currently there are 8 devices connected to it, and I think plugging in this cable maybe I moved something too much. I don't know. Something happened. Let's see what happens here, because this is the most important. Only the green LED should light up. If the other ones light up as well, it might be the lack of correct firmware on the CPLD, but if they all light up, then the regulator is fried again, and that could be caused because of the other joystick chip not being replaced yet. So we'll try it shortly. This is a good sign. So this seems okay, and I think I can dare to power it on for a little while longer, so I can measure if there's actually 3.3 volts on the regulator, because if it's lower, then most probably this still short somewhere. So let's try it out. I hope I will not destroy anything. It's perfectly 3.3 volts. You can see it here. So that's nice. Come on. Let's try it again. 3.3, 3.29. That's okay. So all right, the voltage regulator is okay now. So next is to flash the CPLD chip and try it out. And we have the original SD card from the customer here, so we'll use that in a second. Hey Ben, good afternoon. Franco, good afternoon. I had some good days. I hope you guys had some good days as well. The weather is not helping, but I took my time. I played hours of. I shouldn't tell you that because I should work, but sometimes I need what I call a reset moment. So I sometimes it's not something I decide to do, but my brain demands it from me. I take a reset moment and I spend hours on, like for example, Satisfactory, which I love a lot. It's an insane game. I like it. It's not for everyone. It's for people who are artistic like me. Hey Mark. So I like the game. It's a game that you can easily lose yourself into. So I played it for, I think, 8 hours straight or something a couple of days ago. And after that, I don't know how to call it, but I feel like I can get back to work with new energy. You know. Let's flash this one and see what happens. So that's what I did during the last days. Oh, I need a 5-volt cable now on this side, otherwise I can't flash it. Let's log in first. I hope the camera will not reset again. Wish that OBS did automatically reset your camera when something happens. Try to. Anyway. So I'm flashing the interface and at the other side of it, the ByteDelight headquarters. Just a second. Need to load the file first. Software is always enabled because this is the TNFS SpectraNet server, which is always powered on. It's a low power machine, so it's not too bad. Although I have to keep an eye on my electricity bill. Let's see if we can flash both chips because we still don't know if the joystick chip is still okay. Gives an error. Why? Check the cable. Okay. Cable. Just a second. We'll try again. Yeah, it's flashing now. The first chip, and now the second chip. No errors yet, so I guess the second chip is still okay, but we can't tell for sure yet. Let's get a joystick here so we can test it in a second. So this one has been flashed now. What did I miss? It's been a while, Arvin. Good afternoon. I hope I can do loads of these more, but I really hope that the repairs are done in a couple of days. Let's get to the overview cam so you can see the monitor TV a bit better. Okay, let's power it up. And first we're going to power it up with E6 disabled to see if the interface doesn't cause any problems. Okay, it boots up, so that's good. Now let's power up E6DOS. That works as well. There's no SD card, so we're going to test that again with SD card. It's an old version, but that's not the problem at this moment. Card corresponds. Okay, so the ByteDelight demo program still boots automatically. You can disable this with going to a menu and anyway, you can just disable it if you want. There's a key for that. Just don't know which one. It's in the text. So you can disable it permanently. So I made it easier for users. But this one is working again. Now the main question, of course, is how about the joystick interface? Let's see. I hope you can hear me. Yeah. It's still disabled. Let's enable this. Okay, let's see if we can get into the menu and if there is any game on this one. Not really. It's a default card. Don't think there's any more games on these in this one. So I guess it hasn't been used much. So these are some. I just need to get to okay, this is the first scene. No, it's not the first scene. Okay. We'll just load a scene image. Let's test the game, and of course I can just test it on the prompt, but it's just cool thing to load a game and see if it works. I have absolutely no idea what this game is about. It seems to be about a tank, but this is taking too long. Okay, we have an option to test Camston, so let's do that. Enter the passphrase. No, I'm not going to. Okay, let's see if it works. What should I do? Get ready. I am ready. Okay. I have absolutely no. Oh, is this me? No, this is not me. Okay, my joystick is not working, or at least not in this game. So we're going to do it on basic. No, there's no joystick. Oh, it's in the wrong port. That helps. Alright. Yeah, the joystick is still working all sides, so that chip seems to be fine. Let's put it in Sinclair mode so we can test it on in other modes as well. Alright, so the joystick interface is okay. Let's see if any chips are getting hot. No, no problem at all. So I think this one is done. That's the first. Right. Let's clean the edge connector of the throughput port and get to the next repair. Everyone needs to reset their brain sometimes, Renee, don't you? Some use alcohol. I use some time off. I need it. I think everyone needs that from time to time. Usually I don't allow myself to have some time off. I just love to get things done, but right. So that has been cleaned. Let's get it back into the case. Nope, and then we're done. Oh, by the way, maybe this is cool to tell as well. In the past, I used some double adhesive tape to glue, not glue, but adhere the caps to the tactile switches. But as you can see, it's a bit wobbly. So nowadays, I have a new way of doing that with these. I've been doing this for a while now, and these are 3D printed tactile cap adapters. But nowadays I have rubber ones, so this is soft, and it just sits way better on the holds way better than on the tactile buttons than the old ones. The only question is if these are not too high for the case, because these tactile switches are 7mm ones and I use 6mm at this moment, but we can try and put back the adhesive tape if this doesn't work. I'm not going to swap out the tactile buttons themselves at this moment, but let's see. So this is in my opinion, a perfect way of adding the caps to the tactile buttons. It looks cool, it works well, it's easy to print, so I'm happy with that. So the problem is with these high switches, you can hear I'm pressing the switches when I do this way. So this won't work with these switches. I can replace them, but I won't do it now. So nowadays I use switches that are not as tall as the old ones. Yeah. So this is 7mm. I use 6mm now, but not for this one. So I will put back some adhesive tape. And I've done this with hundreds of interfaces, the adhesive tape. So it's a solution as well, but I like the 3D printed ones more. It's more solid, reliable, durable. So that's what I love about my work. Just trying to improve small details like this one all the time. Continue improving. So these are back with the old style. Henrik, good afternoon. Let's see, I missed some chats, guys. I cannot keep up. I will get back in a second with the chats. Otherwise, I cannot do my work. It's like some people who are on YouTube are asked if they would like to do YouTube full time, but one of them said, "Well, I'm making videos about my work, and if I don't do the work, I don't have any reason to make videos." So that's really realistic. All right, that's better. Okay, this one is done. Let's do a final quick test on the spectrum here. Nice. Fixed. Right, let's get it in the box. So I grabbed some boxes. Need more later on, so. Oh. We'll add some cookies, of course. I always do. I only won't add cookies when something has been ordered with which is sent on priority mail, which means that it's really depending on the weight, costing a lot more if you add too much. Did I have any papers with these? I think so. Yeah. All right. So this one is done. Let's write his name on. This was for Walter. Right. Let's check the chats and then grab some coffee in the meantime, because I have coffee here. One of the most important things in life. Good coffee. All right. Let's see. Hey Vincent, I forgot to pronounce shout out your name. Let's see. Once you start a game, no, I won't start a game. I didn't, did I? Izuroku, good afternoon. Let's see. That's a coffee machine. Let's move the video to this screen. Stroke pebbles, yes. Franco, the BBC should be renamed. Someone Izuroku's talking about spare parts. No, these are parts for all the cases. So what we have here is labels for the ZX HDs and tiny light guides that I 3D print nowadays. This is for the Pro 1 interface, which we just repaired one without light guides, so I guess they're empty. I need to make new ones then. These are light guides for the PCB version, PCB case version for the Pro 1 interface. This is for Kempson Mouse Turbo interface. This is for Spectranet. This is for ByteDelight. These are the caps for several interfaces, keycaps and with adapters. These are plastic screws, which I use for the Pro 1 PCB case and Kempson Mouse interface, and then we have the small screws for the Pro 1 interface and more. This is the way I keep them. There's even an agenda at the front, which shows how to correctly assemble cases with the plastic screws, for example. So that's what I need to do my work efficiently. It's important to have all parts within distance to easily get work done. Hence I need more space. Alright, I got some good coffee here, which is important. Doesn't it look good? Tell me. Alright. Hey Louis, good afternoon. Or is it Louis? Should we say Louis or Louis? I think it's Louis, because Louis is with an O. But you also have Lewis Hamilton, for example, and that's written differently. So forgive me if I don't pronounce your names correctly. Pat, good afternoon. So we've done one. Let's add it to the description here. C repair done. Right, okay. So the first one is done. As you can see, it changes on screen, which is cool, I think. Lewis. sorry. Yeah, Renee, I know you need more space. You definitely need more space. I actually checked houses in Flevoland, but I don't think they're big enough for what I need. And it's a pity that all new houses are made much smaller in Holland, and that's because of the lack of space in Holland. You know, I don't want a small house. I need space. My kids need space. I have a daughter who likes roller skating, and she wants to have a roller skate track at our new house in the future. So it's one thing I would like to do. I'm even thinking, should I share that idea? I think it's no problem. What I'm thinking of is trying to find a house which has the option of making 2 or maybe 3 several different addresses, so front doors and house numbers. And I've seen a couple being offered. Most of them need way too much work, which I'm not up to. But if I can find something like that, it's a way of making sure that my kids have a home when they're up to that. Maybe they don't like living next to me, but we'll see. I bought a 2-floor warehouse now. Oh, cool! Wow, tell me. Tell me in chat and Facebook or so, and maybe email is better. I'm curious. So I didn't know that. Did I? Have you told me already? I don't know. Maybe you. I think I heard that Mark was talking about you getting some more storage space, but I'm curious. Anyway. Coffee. All right, next one. This book is not worth anything. Let's put it here. Let's get the next one. Which is this box. Another Different C Enjoy repair. I know this is getting boring, but it needs to be done, you know. Let's move the address aside. There's nothing else in this box, so this can be moved here. I can't say that I'm always happy with the way things are packed, but it's not the biggest deal because I test if it works afterwards. So, all right, what's wrong with this one? Let's open it up, and I'm not sure. Oh, the label's here. Is it? This is from Francisco. Oh, René's gone. Okay, I will hear later from him because I'm curious now what he's up to with that warehouse. For some reason, I don't like repeating stuff. I don't like repeating work, like doing bookkeeping all day or something. That's not for me. What I do like is working on these devices for some reason. I don't know how to explain, but it's not a big deal. Maybe it's just because I make a living of it. Okay, this one, with this interface, all LEDs light up all the time, which means the regulator's dead, CPLD is dead, and maybe that one as well. So it's different than the other one. The other one just got a short and didn't boot up at all. So I just tested for less than a second, as always, because I immediately see what's going on with an interface like this one. So I need to get these off as well as on the other interface. Let's do that. So it's about the same what I need to do on this interface. It's just another type of fault. But it probably is caused by the same problem. And this one is serial number 822. So about halfway of where we are at with current production. Need a new set of pliers because in the past I could just pick up parts with this one. It doesn't work that well anymore, so we'll find something new soon. Many people use some added flux, and I have that, but my experience is this works just fine without. So in the past I could pick it up, but it's not, I can't do it anymore. So we'll use the other tool then. This works as well. Oh, we moved the crystal oscillator again. Sorry. Where's my... I don't know where it is. Oh, here it is. We moved it a bit, so I have to move it back. That's what he does. Right. Hey Owen, good afternoon. I have a question about ESD straps. I would have thought that it involves connecting yourself to ground. Yes, that is important, but this is not the... I never do it. I could do it. I have a ground connection here, but I am careful with how I pick up stuff. I'm careful with how I connect it, what I touch, and until now that has never been a problem. And these are not the most sensitive parts to electrostatic discharges, so maybe I should, but until now this hasn't been a problem at all. I see many people do it in videos. Sometimes I think they're exaggerating. Looks a bit silly as well, but it's not the reason I do it. I need a new piece of solder wick. All right. What about a coffee? That's coffee? What about coffee? I just finished my coffee 5 minutes ago. Yeah, that's odd. Through a large resistor. Why? Maybe they want to protect themselves for when connecting it wrong or something? I don't know. But if you're using one, I guess you just connect it to ground. Alright, so this is cleaned up. Let's take a close look. Should be okay. Let's get another new voltage regulator. Oh, this one. And a CPLD chip. One thing about static electricity is the way, for example, people pick up mainboards for modern computers. There are plenty of videos from several famous channels like Linus Tech Tips, Jay's 2 cents, Gamers Nexus, where they do it all the time, and they never wear ESD straps. They could, but I think mainboards are made with the way they're used in mind, so anyone can assemble a mainboard if they want to. So they should have at least some protection inside internally, like a huge ground plane throughout the board. And because mainboards are made of several layers these days, I heard about a mainboard which was made of 14 layers, which is incredible. 14 layers of circuit material. So that way it is quite easy to reserve one layer for a huge ground plane, which connects to all parts of, of the board. I think that way the risk is really small that you actually damage something, because it will always, all static electricity will be picked up by their huge ground plane, and I guess it won't be a big problem. And there are also some videos which I watched in the past where people tried to damage their system with static electricity, so high voltage, low power ESD sources, and it was quite hard to damage them. And of course, you can never really tell if something has been damaged, because sometimes you cannot see it immediately or see it at all. Maybe a defect will reveal itself later on, you know, when testing something specifically or so. So there's some reason to use it. I just don't think I'm not careful enough or something to do it, especially because I'm always careful with how I pick up stuff. So I used to pick it up on the plastic and not on the board itself, but even at the side it's no problem. And I think if I would pick it up by touching the edge connector, that would be a small risk. But of course, one reason that touching the edge connector is not to get your finger grease on it, which everyone has always. So it will leave some stuff you don't want on the edge connector in all situations. So that's how I always clean the edge connector after I do something, but I try not to touch it. There are plenty of other reasons that there can be a problem with the board. For example, I'm using quite a lot of discontinued products. Like the CPLD chips are not made anymore, as far as I know, these ones. The ROM chips are not made anymore, the RAM chips are not made anymore, so it's just mainly lucky that we can still obtain these. And I do get in plenty of batches with non-working chips, or sometimes the batch completely doesn't work. Most of the time I can get a refund, sometimes not, especially with unreliable Chinese shops. So I try to only buy through channels that I know I can get a refund if something happens. Alright, so new CPLD chip, that's on, and now let's get the regulator on and do a quick test again, because there can still be a problem with the joystick chip. Right, so let's do a quick power up. Let's see if we still have a failing voltage regulator or not. There's a small solder bridge there in between two pins. which is gone. Right, let's do a quick test. I better do it on the 5 volts, more easy. Just a second, guys. Okay, we only have one green LED, so we'll try to flash the chips again. Let's see if we still have a problem with the Jersey chip in this one or not. And click. So it's flashing the new CPLD chip now. And the Jersey chip now. No errors. Okay. Looks okay. I don't think I had a SD card with this one, so I will grab one of myself, but my question is which ESD version is on this. But let's first see if it boots up again without the EasyXOS enabled. So that boots up fine. Now let's enable EasyXOS. Right. It's an old one as well, so it's a 087, so I will upgrade it. I will just add a note to the owner that he should update his system card. And to update it, I have this combination of interfaces here, which is a ZX Duo. So if I move the switch this side, this interface will be enabled, and if I move it to the other side, I can flash the other interface after the software has loaded. Oh. So let's get over to that one. Right. Let's flash the ROM with the new version. And in the meantime, I will write the note to update the software. So it's flashing. Let's see what's in the chat. Oh my god, it's getting busy here. Right, so flashing is finished. Grinding device. Grounding device is better. I don't like to wear a grinding device. I will be grinding all the time. Just kidding. Oh, cool. Yeah. Well, I think I can make more, Franco, if you need one. But it's really specific for this situation. It's not meant for everything, because, for example, if you boot up a diffMC interface, it will copy the 48 basic ROM to its internal SRAM chip. So you cannot switch to another interface after booting from the diffMC interface. So it's really limited in what it can do. Let's see if the interface works with the new diffMC and one of my cards. Right. Let's test the Sinclair joystick first. It works. Okay, joystick ports are just okay. Let's set it to Kempson joystick and test that out. Oh, we have a test program on this SD card. This is more easy. So this just works fine. There's nothing wrong with this. Oh, I just remove the program, we'll put it on later. So this interface is done as well. So that was the second one. Right. Cool. Yeah, I ordered 10 Pi Zero Ws from Kiwi here in Holland last week. But I'm curious if I can buy more somewhere. Because most of the companies only sell one at a time. Right. But it's good news. I got an email from Raspberry Pi themselves 2 weeks ago, and I think we have to wait until the second quarter of next year until they're available in batches again, but we'll see about that. Let's clean up the edge connector of this one and then get to the next repair. Stop moving, stop, stop, stop. I hate when it happens. This is my fume extraction system, which is important. Stay healthy. There's some fingers on the SD card slot as well, so let's remove those fingers. Right. Why did I put on the, I don't know, soldering iron at all? I don't know, I'm just messing up. There's still something on the edge connector. Not sure what it's from, but let's see if we can get it off. I don't know what it is. It looks like finger grease, but won't come off easily. Better. Right. And this one. Okay. Okay, let's grab a ESD bag, because when shipping it out, I think it is important to protect the devices. Oh, by the way, if I pull out the SD card and put it in a separate bag, it's because of packages that have been, I don't know, stepped on or so, and the SD card socket broke off when the SD card was in the interface when it was shipped, and I hate that when it happens. So, all right, this is from Francisco. Let's write his name on so we know. Of course, there will be stroke wobbles added. So let's leave it here. Next one. Next one is a ZX Spectrum reverb, something else, something different. And this one is from, let's see, Nicholas. Nick or Nicholas. Let's open it up. Most probably this one needs some repairs, so we'll power it on. I'm not entirely sure if this has been modified to composite video yet. I need to ask. Hey, David. Thank you. Local distributor, there's only one in Holland, is Kiwi. 16 pounds is okay. I paid 18.5 euro each. But I just want to know if I can find lots, because people can only use ZXHD with a Raspberry Pi. And of course they can obtain one themselves, but... Alright, so this is an issue 6A board. I still hope I can find an issue 5 one day, but we'll see. Has all kinds of different low RAM chips. So AMDs even. I don't think I've seen those before. NECs. OK upper RAM. This hasn't been updated, but I think the RAM chips have been replaced, because it's in issue 6 with the PCF 1306P chip. But these chips are normally soldered in the board, but these have been pulled out by someone and socketed. So I guess this board has been repaired at one day. This has a composite video modification already with the capacitor. I don't use a capacitor myself. I don't see any reason for that, but the original capacitors are still in, which means that's the first thing I'm going to do. Or are these new ones? I don't think so. They don't look original. No, these are not original. I think these have been replaced, but I can't tell how old they are. So let's see what the story behind this one is. Someone tried to replace the capacitors for me badly. Hope you can fix it. Okay. Okay, so this is a repair of a repair. I don't see any issues in at first sight. Let's get my capacitor assortment so we can see if all capacitors are in the correct orientation. That's the first thing I would check. The CPLD cannot be flashed by ZX Spectrum, Christians, because I don't think anyone has tried to. Maybe it's possible, but I'm not sure. EEPROMs can be flashed quite easily on a ZX Spectrum, but I don't think anyone has tried to flash a JTAG connector from some interface on a ZX Spectrum. So I use a Xilinx CPLD USB flash device for that, and the original software of Xilinx. So hence I have a machine for that, which is always ready for flashing CPLD chips. And I have many devices with CPLD chips, so like the Camp Mouse Turbo, the ZXHD, all the different C interfaces and more. So I use it quite a lot. Right, so we have this most important is the capacitor maps here. And what I'm going to do carefully, without letting this fall on the ground, because that would be a big problem, is check if all the capacitors are in the correct orientation. So we're looking at this one here, and these are aimed at the correct orientation. This one is okay, this one is okay, this one is okay, okay. This one is okay. It's an issue 6 board, which means the plus side is on this side, and this should be on that side. It's okay as well. I don't see any problems yet. The values, I will check the values if I can. It's quite hard with some, but these are all the same type, so 22 microfarads, that doesn't seem to be any problem. This should be a 1 microfarad, which it is. This one as well, I think. Let me check. Yep, and this should be a 22 microfarad. So the values are okay, the orientations are okay, so what could be wrong? I don't know. I will replace the voltage regulator with a cool one, so that won't output any heat. And I don't like this one here. Oh god. So someone has used non-standard transistors in the power circuit, and that's almost always a source of problems. There sometimes seem to be compatible transistors, but most of the time they are almost compatible. So you really need the original, what was the brand called? I forgot. Anyway, the original transistors, and there are updates of those, but the same brand and the same types still, just made for more power. So I will replace those, and then we're going to check out what happens. I don't think the soldering job of the capacitors is that bad, and because they are new, so I actually like these because they're more close to the original blue color than the ones I use from. Oh god, I forgot the name. What was the brand called? Oh, Visay, of course. Come, I need more coffee, I guess. Anyway, oh, the sticker on the Spectrum said service and repaired by Microfix, but it could be a really old label. I have no idea. Anyway, I don't think that that is the person who has done this job. Otherwise, the owner would have told me. So let's get the heatsink off first, because I'm going to replace the 7805 voltage regulator, which is a hothead. I don't like that. Let's see if there are any shorts we need to be concerned of. Not yet. So I'm going to replace those transistors in a second. Okay, the soldering job is not that nice. I see some remainders which should have been cleaned off, so we'll do that myself. But I don't see any shorts yet, so that's not a big problem. Oh, I see some damage on the track. So there might be some damage there. It's really hard to see, so I will try if we can to make sure we can see if it's damaged or not. But I need some new cotton swabs. I have more of these. Plenty of boxes. Oh, sorry. Ah. All right. Let's see if the track is damaged or not, and that's why I use a magnifying glass. But there's some flux remainders there, so I want to make sure I can see it properly. I have a special micro camera. This is not a problem. So let's check continuity on the track, but I don't think it's a problem. I just try to look carefully. I don't see any real damage there. So this one goes here. Okay, no problem. No problem here. Okay, so I still don't see any reason for the machine not working, except for the two transistors, which I will replace. And also, as I said, all the lower RAM chips have been replaced, but the upper RAM chips look as original. This hasn't been worked on, so I guess these are socketed from factory. These look really, this is all soldered in the factory, so this is not a, I don't know, most of the time the issue 6A boards have the upper RAM chips soldered, so not sure why this board has sockets for them, but if I replace these chips and socket the chips, I also remove the flux, because you can see much better if there is a short or something. So let's do that, and let's replace those two transistors. And I could do a check now, but well, should we check it now? What do you think? Should we power it on for a second? I think we can. That's not the issue. So let's power it on. See what happens. I have the die card here right next to me, so we can check that as well. Let's power it up. All right. Hey, Andy. Good afternoon. How are you? How's your family? Let me check. And when you're visiting Holland, you're welcome, you know. Let's see what this board does. Let's do quick power on. No picture at all. That's not good. Let's put on the die card and see if we can get something out of this. Okay, it's completely not working. So there is power. Let's see if all the voltages are here. Yeah, all the voltages are here, but for some reason it's not starting. It's not. There's no clock signal, something like that. So I really wonder what is wrong with this board now. I could do a more thorough check for the voltages, and I will do that in a second. But I think there's more bad on this board. So we have to check if the ULA chip is okay, if we get a clock pulse on pin 6 of the Z80. Oh, I'm not showing you the correct camera. So we can check the ULA chip and another board. We can check the clock pulse on pin 6 if we get a proper clock chip signal. And other than that, I will replace these in any way. And what we can do is remove the upper RAM chips for a second to see if everything else is okay. But there are more problems than one on this board. So let's first replace the DC-DC converter and the 2 transistors. So no picture and no movement in LEDs on the die card, so that means we don't have any life, any heartbeat heating up. And I think I know the brand of these capacitors. I think I've seen it before. I don't think the capacitors are bad, but something has gone wrong maybe throughout replacing them. I'm not sure. We'll find it out. Let's reflow some of the capacitor legs as well, because I don't like the way they're soldered. It's not the best quality, but I don't see huge problems with it. So my guess would be that the Z80 is failing, and the video encoder chip also has been removed and put back in, so that's odd, but it's not soldered very nicely, so let's reflow that as well. Looks like the old solder has not been removed properly or something. It's better. Oh. Whoops. That doesn't happen often. I won't touch it at the wrong end. There has been... Oh man, I hate that. One of the transistors for the video has been replaced as well. I don't like it at all. Let's see if more of those have been replaced, like the transistor going to the Z80 for the clock signal. No, that hasn't been replaced, but that is put in wrongly. Why? Why did someone replace a transistor and put it in wrongly? That's odd. So that's because that's the video output. So I guess we can get video output maybe with replacing this transistor with a proper one. Why on earth? Right. So this is a ZX 313, I guess. I have to check it on the board, but I think so. Yep. So these are all tested and original. I only do not use used transistors for the power circuit, but it's no problem using use one for the video circuit as long as they're tested properly. So I wonder if we get a video output now. Oh. Right. So that's done. Now for the two power transistors here. So, and it surprises me that these ones work, because there's so many types people try to use instead of the original ones. But the thing is that you can still obtain completely compatible ones, so why use something else than that for the power circuit? There's no reason for that. Right, let's clean up a bit. It's dirty. It's just flux. Are there any other spaces that I want to clean now? We'll clean up the rest in a moment with a brush instead of cotton swabs. It's easier. Did I wake up someone with the dropping of the soldering iron? I don't think so. I don't know why people would sell a ULA chip, because the board is worth more with the board complete, and you can get replacement ULA chips nowadays. So I think they can make cheaper than what the original chips are worth at the moment. Right, the ZX 7453, which is the TR5. So originally this is a ZX 213. But you can replace them perfectly with a ZX 751 or 753, which I'm using now. There's no reason of putting in anything else, because these chips are just available, so there's no reason. Don't put in another transistor, please. And now a 653, which is a perfect replacement for the 651. So we have a 753 and a 653, and those are a pair and are the only perfect replacement for original ones. If you can find them anywhere, just look at ZXspectrum.shop and you will find them there. Alright, so I think we've replaced the minimum things to do another test, but first we are going to do some cleanup. Let's start this corner. So we replaced the video output chip transistor. I guess that will be a cause of getting no video output, so that will be fixed, I think, I hope. We replaced the two power transistors, I will write it down in a second, and the voltage regulator. It's brown. It's getting less brown. Now I can check for shorts at all these socket pins as well in a second, after we've done this. And it looks much nicer. I know you're going to hate me because putting a towel like this on a board is kind of dangerous for the parts, but it's the best way of getting rid of all the flux remainders mixed up with IPA alcohol. Alright, let's see, are there any shorts on the socket pins? There's still some flux remaining there, so that might be something that I want to remove a bit more. I don't see any shorts yet, so I don't think this is a problem. What I don't like is I can't show you correctly, but there's a pin here that's completely flat, touching the ground plane, and it could be a problem if the solder mask is not thick enough, so I just removed it to make sure it is not a problem. It could be an issue. Other than that, I don't see any issues at this moment. Maybe, yeah, maybe I see one. That's where one of the capacitors has been replaced for the 12 volt. 12 volt, yeah, I think 12 volt. I'm not sure. Anyway, the power circuit at the video output. It seems like the track there, this track here, has been damaged. I don't think there is a connection between that pin and the track where it should be connected to. I'm almost certain of that, so that needs to be fixed. So indeed, this hasn't been done that well, but it can happen, and if you're paying attention, it shouldn't be an issue. There's no connection. So we need to fix that. Let's do that first. So we found a couple of things that could have been better, but we're fixing it now, so no problem. I'm not mad at anyone. I think it's good that people try to do this themselves. You just need to know some basics, like checking your own work afterwards, of course. almost done. So we added a jumper wire to make the connection that should have been there. I think the ULA replacements, like from example Charlie, is it Charlie Ingley? I think so, from New Zealand, are a perfect replacement. I wish I already had them in my shop. I don't have them yet. Lack of time. I think Charlie is up to it, and he also offers them through Selmo Retro, but he ships them himself. Then I think he has the benefit that he has a family member that's really good in bookkeeping. So he sorted out all the things that need to be sorted out for shipping internationally. So that's good. Okay, I can see that also here the tracks have been damaged a bit, so we'll check those pads as well, or the connections, because this board has gone through some hard stuff. Okay, this is okay. What else do we have? This is okay because all the lines for these capacitors are very thick. You can easily see if they're damaged. And there's one capacitor next to the ULA chip from there to there. It's connected on the top. There's a solder blob that hasn't been damaged, but there's a solder blob here as well. Let's remove that. I don't like that. Hence I use IPA to clean it up afterwards. What else do we have? We have the pads here, or the capacitors here. There's another solder blob there. Other than that, I don't think there are more problems. Now what we could do is see where the connection that we just fixed was going to, which is interesting to know if that could have been a cause of the computer not booting up. Are you guys up to that to do some schematic checking? Let me know. Otherwise, we'll just continue testing. But I think it's interesting to know what the connection that was missing actually did. Checking all the other capacitor connections, and on the bottom it looks okay. The question is if it's the same on top. It's really easy to create a short circuit on top, but what I see is that on top their soldering connections aren't that well, so I will reflow the soldering connections with fresh leaded solder. So this person only has soldered on the bottom of the board, and that might cause issues. For example, if the pad has been damaged, maybe the throughput connection, which is done chemically, is gone. That happens sometimes. So you really have to solder both sides then, especially with these old boards, 40 years old. Right. And again, it's really easy to create shorts with replacing these capacitors. So I'm trying to see if I'm not creating any myself. For some reason the legs of these capacitors won't solder easily, so that's one reason I do prefer the Fizzays. as long as these are new, we should get this board going reliably. Alright. I think we're about done. Just a couple more here. Of course, when there's no connection on top of the board, it's not really necessary to solder the top of the board as well. I will check continuity on this connection here in a second. And I think the rest is okay. So let's see that one connection, if it is good or not. Sounds okay, Vincent, the way you're cleaning them. I don't think you're doing anything wrong there. So we got a connection here, so that's no big deal. It's okay. Right. I think we're done checking all the connections. It's time to power it up again. Or if you want to see what the schematic said about that missing connection, let me know. What do you want? Do you want to power it up, or do you want to see what the schematic says about that connection? Let me know. You have the choice. So that was connection of C65, or is it 55? I can't tell. 55 or 65? I think it's 65. Don't remember. It's an issue 6. Power up. Oh, and I want to check the schematic. Waiting for a magic smoke. Come on. You don't like magic smoke. Who likes magic smoke? It's because you're just watching this stream that you don't mind, but if it happens to yourself, then you don't like it. Let me check very quickly what the capacitor does. I won't show you then. I will just check it myself. So I think it's analog only, so that can't do anything with the machine. 25 I found, but where's 65 then? Which one is it? I will power it on in a second. I just can't find it. Let me get a board view. I cannot find which capacitor it is. I think I got a board layout here, and it should be C65. I'm sure of that now. 65. Where is it on the schematic? 65. I can't find it. So I'm not sure why I can't find it on the schematic. I don't see it in the power circuit as well, so I don't know. 65. Why can't I find it? I want to know where it is. I was hoping that it's some logic power circuit capacitor, but I can't find it at all. Anyway, it's probably powering something, or at least stabilizing some voltage. I just can't find it on the schematic. 65. Let's grab a schematic of another board version, because it's the same capacitor on other boards. So let's grab an issue 3 schematic. If I can find it, I will show you. 65. There it is, 22 microfarads. So it's connected to the Chroma subcarrier on the LM1889 chip. So I guess it's only for, yeah, it's going to the modulator. So it's only for video output. Shouldn't do any harm with any logic part of the board, so that they cannot cause the board not to boot up. That's what I wanted to know. And okay. Well, okay. I just closed the schematic again. And now you're asking. Okay, let's grab it. Where is it? And I'm not sure. Okay, it's a good one. Let's grab it. Why not? These are no secrets. Okay, 6A. It is somewhere around here at the modulator. So, there it is. C65. You can see there. So it's just between the collector of tier 1 going to the base of tier 2 and going to the chroma subcarrier. So this is an output going to those two transistors and adding that to the modulator signal. So that is not an issue for booting up the board itself. Let's see what we can find when testing it out again. This time with the die card attached immediately, and see if we can get anything out. No video output, no nothing. So only is a non-moving LED, so I guess there's still a problem with the clock signal then. I will first test the ULA chip on another board, and I guess maybe the ULA chip is dead because we still don't have a video output. And we have a video output. No, we don't. Sorry, we don't have a video output, and there's no clock signal. So maybe the ULA chip is just as dead as it can be. So I'm going to test the ULA chip on one of my boards. Oh, just a second. All right. So this is one of my test boards with the ULA board chip from the other one. Let's see what this one does, or it does not. Oh, it's completely dead. There's no clock signal, no video output, so this ULA chip has been fried, which is too bad for the owner of this board, because I guess it wasn't dead before. This is no good, it's a pity. Let's see if there's maybe a short between pins, but I don't think so. It is corroded quite a lot, but I don't think that is the cause of the problem. We can try to clean up the legs, because that could be a cause. I'm not entirely sure. Let's do it properly. Let's do it with some glass fiber brush, and maybe I can show you how dirty those legs are. But for that I have to. I don't want to. I have to disable enable autofocus. I don't like, or just move to autofocus. Shall I move to autofocus? I want to show you. Sorry for all the talking. Right. So I want to show you how dirty these legs are. So let's get the correct camera and then get to advanced, and then, hey, why isn't an auto? I disabled auto. Can you see how dirty the legs are? These are really dirty. So maybe that's the cause of the problems. It's hard to tell. That could be a cause. So what we're going to do is clean up these pins, because it's really worth this trouble to find out if we can fix this chip. Oh my god, can you see what's coming off of this chip? This one is really dirty. I haven't seen one that's dirty for a while. So I think I'm going to use some sandpaper. It's really, really dirty. I wonder what happened to this chip. This glass fiber is not enough. So we'll use some ordinary sandpaper. I don't like using this because it will get off the plating of the copper. So I'm careful to get off just enough. I've never seen a ULA chip this dirty, so I wondered what happened to it, because the rest of the board is just fine. It's really only this chip. How's the sound of sanding down a ULA chip? Do you like it or not? I don't like it. I don't like doing this to a ULA chip. But maybe we can revive it. Not sure. Both sides are really dirty. I don't know what happened. It's getting better already. It's not completely done yet. It's a lot better. What happened to this chip? The insides are okay. It's only the outside, so I really wonder where did someone put this chip? Did it try to clean it with water maybe or something, and this is just what's left over? I don't know. It's just so dirty. Okay, but it's better now. I think these contacts should do. Yeah, it should be enough. Maybe we can get it working again, but I have my doubts. But it's good to give it a try. Can you see how much dirt's coming off? Just off the pins. This is no metal, this is just dirt. I don't know what it is. It's a lot better. All right. I think we're going to put it in again. Let's see what happens. Let's grab the correct camera angle. All right, let's see. No. No, it's making horrible noise. The voltage circuit is making a horrible noise. I don't like this at all. So this chip is dead. So before continuing, I will test this board again with my chip. And I have to discuss with the owner of this board what he wants to do. I don't have any replacement ULA chips for 48Ks, but I do have some spares, if you can call it that, because I have plenty boards without a ULA chip. We can arrange something. It's too bad. It's too bad. It's a lot cleaner, but we can't get it working. So something happened to this chip. I don't know what. Let's grab a pencil and put a cross on it. I'm sorry, chip. You're dead. It's not my fault. All right. So we have a dead ULA chip. It looks like moisture, yes, but it's not moisture on the board, because otherwise the rest of the board would look terrible as well. What of course we will do now is test this board with a working ULA chip, which is always kind of a risk if you don't know if there are other parts of the board not working. But I guess we found about everything that was not working on this board, so let's check it out if it does work with one of my ULA chips. I think so. I think this will work. It's not booting up. Oh, it is booting up. Why didn't it boot up in the first place? Maybe it got a dirty edge connector. I didn't clean it yet. So the board is okay now. Just has a bad ULA chip. Let's do a quick check and clean the edge connector because I forgot to do that. Alright. The socket is okay, so I don't think the chip has gone dirty in this board. Before lunch, yeah. I'm using, when it comes to the microphone, I mounted it to the wall, so it shouldn't be that much resonating. If it's still doing that, then in my next workspace I will improve that. So the machine is working perfectly with a working ULA chip. I will point the owner of this board to this video, and it was Nicholas, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Nicholas. So let's power it down. So the board is okay. The rest of the board, at least as far as we have tested it now, because there's still a chance that the Z80 CPU has a non-working on one line, but we'll see that later on. And first I need to discuss if he wants that ULA chip replaced. And with what? That's the question. Alright. Too bad. What do you think happened? So we'll move this aside. We did some work on it. We'll write the list about what we did, and let's grab a piece of paper. All right. So what we did is replace TR2, fixed C65 connection, replace TR4 and 5, replaced 7805 with DC, and what else did we do? I think that was what we did. I don't think we missed something. Alright, so that's that. Let's grab a bigger box so we can store this board in, and the case and all, until we get a reply. And I will send Nicholas the email now, so I won't forget. Otherwise it will take way too long, and maybe we can finish it tomorrow. All right. Oh. I always like starting working on something else with a clean desk. So I will make some more noise now. Okay. Oh yeah, I could. That's true. There, I might change the filter and OBS on the microphone because I noticed that the lower frequencies are quite amplified. Let's try that. Just a second. HyperX filters. There's no filter on it yet, so let's put a filter on it, and that should be. Which one was it? Limiter, compressor gain, noise. There's no built-in way of doing that. I can use a VST plugin, but I've seen those crash, so I won't do that now. We'll try it later. Alright, what I forgot is to modify the text in the meantime. So we worked on 2 more things. Some ODD people are getting mad now, so let's move this a bit. Alright. Magnet. Alright. Where is the text over here? Properties. So this one is done. And this one is a delay. Alright. Oh, it doesn't fit. Uh-oh, can I? Okay, I will move it a bit. Let's see if this works. Oh, it's too big. Okay, let's do differently then. Let's just change the text. This is better. All right. Hey, Mark. Yeah, I will write down to add a filter to filter out some low frequencies. Just a second. It's a good idea. Okay, written down. Okay, next machine. The text has been updated. Right. The next one is 2 more DiffMC repairs, but these ones are special. These ones are special because these ones have a story. So it's quite simple. These are from Massimino. We were just you just sent me a mail because I was sending him some emails this morning, and you can see what is special about this one. It's a Terminator DiffMC. It got struck by Skynet or something like that. Oh my god, it's even worse than you can see. I will show you in a second. So the story behind this was, or is, that he had a broken DiffMC, which is this one. And I sent him a replacement, which is this one. And the replacement got destroyed. So I sent him another replacement, and which is now working, but let me show you how bad this one is. You can see the joystick sockets, and it's even worse. Look at the edge connector. So clearly someone has stepped on this, and I tried to claim a refund for or a compensation for the loss of the value of the package, but they told me, you're too late, you have to do that within 7 days, and I think it was like 9 or 10 days or something. So I was quite mad, as you can imagine. But let's see if the circuit board is still okay and if we can fix this interface, because if it's only edge connector and joystick ports, we can fix it. It's not the biggest deal. Oh, look at the dip switch. There's a part on here, and this is loose. This is not connected in some ways. It's just adheres to it by force. It's ridiculous. Oh my god, no. Can you see that? I don't know what happened here. Someone has been so incredibly stupid. So the only thing I can do is get off the chips, and that's it. And these chips are worth 4 and 3 euros and 2 euros and 2 euros, so it's worth getting them off. But this is just a loss, a complete loss, including the work to produce them. So this is just terrible. What you get is, when you do this work, you get us from time to time. Don't worry, I can handle it, but it's just a complete loss. So we won't work on that one. It's out of the camera side. So just act as if you haven't seen that. Okay. Now let's get to the other one, and we should be able to fix this one. So I do calculate in some extra, not that much, but some extra for situations like these. Otherwise, you won't be able to run a company if you don't. So I don't know what's wrong with this interface. It wasn't working, so we'll do a test, and I bet it's just lighting up as the other two that we had, or the other one, by the way. I guess all the LEDs are lighting up. I will check it out. So let's grab my ZX Spectrum again. And do a quick test and see what it does exactly. Okay, it's powering up, but ESX is not enabled. It is now. It is booting up. That's odd. So what about that? It has ESX 0.8.7 on it. So it's an old version as well, so we have to upgrade that first. But I don't see any problems yet. So I wonder what this problem description was in the first place. I'm going to check that later. Let's see. I expect some problem, but let's first update ESX. This is also an old one. Okay, let's do some. Oh, you can have the wrong camera enabled. Just a second. Oh, you can see it in the small view here. All right. In the meantime, I'm going to have a snack. Maybe I can just zoom in there for a couple of minutes. Why doesn't it want to zoom more closely? Stupid camera software, it doesn't work. Oh god. Okay, let's do it this way. hope that didn't take too long. Right, so this interface has been flashed. Let's see if it boots with an SD card, and if not, what could be the cause of that? So I don't remember what the problem description was in this one. It boots up. So maybe joystick, I don't know. This one works. That one is okay as well. Cancel joystick works as well. I didn't see any problem. Okay, let's see what the description said. Oh, did it? I should lower the brightness of the television because you cannot see what's happening. That's better. Still high. Yeah, that's better. I think the camera picks up the television so much brighter than in real life. You know, this is the same always. It's not new. It's just the way the camera sensor reacts to blue light mainly. Alright, I'm back. You can see me here. You can hear me, I hope. Alright. Um, 2 hours. We've been streaming for 2 hours. This will be a long video. Okay, so I don't know what's wrong with this one. Let me see if I can find it. I have the emails right in front of me, but I'm looking for the original email about what happened. I'm not able to use the diffMC. When I press the NMI button, the ZX boot into 48K mode. I guess that's not caused by the diffMC. And he's using an Infostronica ZX Plus 128, so it's an Infostronica toast rack. I'm not able to select games. Can you help me? I wonder. And then then we replaced it, but I don't think we discussed really trying to test out what happened. So I'm curious. I don't know exactly, but it's working properly. So maybe some guesses. Maybe something simple as the edge connector wasn't clean. Maybe the Z80 in his Infostronica ZD CPU didn't work well, but I think he's using the working interface now on the same machine, and he told me that it works. Maybe he was using an updated SD card with an older ESX DOS. So this is ESX DOS 0.8.9, but there was a 0.8.7 on the card, and if you use an SD card with a newer version of ESX DOS system files, then it won't work, and that could result in the machine resetting when you press the NMI button. I wasn't able to test that because I could have tested it with an older version of ESX DOS, but I haven't. But at the moment it's working completely fine. There's no reason why this shouldn't work. So let's grab another SD card and test out a game or something. I don't see any problem here. Oh, yeah. I'm pressing keys here. Right. Let's do a quick jetpack because it's easy. This is just working perfectly. There's no reason to think this is causing any problems. Oh no, 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 no! I don't want to die. Don't let me die. Yeah. I'm quicker than you. Oh no, I died! Oh. Okay, it works. Just tell me you didn't see that. Alright, there's no problem with this interface. I wonder what I should do with it. It's an old one. This is issue serial number 634. Oh, this one here. So it is an old one, but it's completely working. The case is new. I think he swapped the case. He told me. I don't see any problems, so I just will put it on the stack, I think. Tell me if that's okay with you guys. The problem in here is that I didn't discuss in detail with him what could have been a cause. I just sent him a replacement, and maybe I should have discussed it a bit more in depth. Find out what the cause could have been. No problem. Yeah, there's no reason you can't use a ZXHD on the HDMI splitter. Just know that the ZXHD communicates with the connected display to negotiate the correct HDMI resolution. So if you power up the static spectrum with ZXHD and there's no display connected, it could result in no picture when you switch to that input, to the ZXHD afterwards. So what I want to do with this DiffMC is just make it stock. I don't see a reason why not. We tested it thoroughly. Yeah, it is an older one, but what do you think? Is it a problem with reusing an older one and selling it again? What do you think? Let me know. In the meantime, let's see, what do we get in, what email, not that much at the moment, so that's good. No distractions. We're going to continue to the next one. Let's edit the text again. And the next one is a board refurbishment. All right, so what's in here? This is from Antonio. I think this one has been here for quite a while. My bad. And should have a... Ah, there's more over here. There's an invoice. So this says repair and refurbishment service, and he wants a added 9-volt power supply. So this one is not changed to composite video. It shows how many 128K gray have you fixed? Not that many. Handful, something like that. I like that 128K gray because it's still quite alike the Sinclair toast rack. It just got all other part numbers. That's the main issue. All right. So, what's with this board? It's an unchanged one, so I will change this to composite video. I haven't discussed that if he wants it, but I can always change it back. It's quite easy. But first I see that there's an enormous amount of rust, so we have to get it off. Otherwise we won't get any video output. It's really a lot. This is about the most rust I've seen on a modulator. I'm about to get a file and file it down a bit because it's really nasty. We can get it up this way. This sounds as if you're at the dentist. This is what I kind of like about these old machines. You know, this is just easy to fix. It's some work, but it's easy. And you can get the machine back in a really good state. I think I forgot to send the Francisco an email, but maybe we'll write it down just to remember. Cool. Always cool to fix a toast rack. That's one of the best jobs you can do. You can see really well that there's a lot of flux remaining on underneath the ULA socket. I guess the socket has been replaced. It's hard to tell, and 2 lower RAM chips have been replaced as well. With they replaced STC ones with ITT ones. I don't like to mix them up. If I can, I will try to use at least the same brand and type, and preferably from the same time period. And I've got loads of spares, so original ones. Okay, almost done. This is looking a lot better, don't you think? You can see it on the camera. So like art, it's good to store a ZX Spectrum in a dry place. The ZX Spectrum is art, don't you think? Alright. I will modify the composite video output in a way that I can always revert back without too much work. So just 2 connections that need to be redone. So that's one. And of course many people will power up the board as is. I won't. I always like to replace the capacitors first, because I've seen so many boards with all kinds of issues that were only caused by old battery capacitors, that I try to first refurbish the power circuit and the capacitors, and then test it afterwards. So we'll do that first. So let's get some part. Yeah, the board is a bit dirty. It's not a problem for a ZX Spectrum. Not a problem. I think the board is in fine shape. We'll get this one working. I'm almost certain of it. Oh, there's a transistor missing there. That won't work. Can you tell which transistor is missing here, guys? Who of you has enough experience to see which one is missing? And there's a trick damage as well, so someone has been working on this. I don't like that. I don't like it. Damaging the board and then handing it over to someone else to get it fixed. This one will not boot up. Which transistor is missing here? Who can tell? No, it's not tier 5. Almost. Oh my god, what happened to this board? Someone has used a very bad soldering iron. There is some track damage, but the track is still in one piece. It's just moved a bit. So I think we can leave it as it is, just move it a bit back. Yes, it's tier 4. One with 3 legs, yeah. Cannot move it. Let's see if we can move that track back to its original position just a bit. Yeah, that's better. Let's see if it's still in one piece. Stay. Okay, it's still in one piece. I will measure it to be sure. The board has been damaged by some really bad soldering iron, as I said, but we can fix this. So we need a tier 4 replacement. So that will be the ZTX653. Nothing else. The only correct replacement for that. So there was no way we could have powered this up successfully. Checking if I need to solder at the top as well. Right, looks much better. Hope tier 5 is still working. I'm not sure, of course, because why would someone replace tier 4? Let's see if the replaced chips are soldered in well. There's a bit dust or dirt in between the chips here, so let's try to clean it up. Oh, it's a lot better. Okay, there's nothing to see in the top. Let's remove the insane amount of flux from this side of the board. And why would you put a mark on the board itself? I always put a mark on the chips that are defective, not on the board. I hope I can get them off. It's not really important, but I don't like the stripes, those two. This is not done with the same soldering iron as the tier 4 transistor was removed with, because these contacts look and then the pads look much better than the ones on tier 4. Please use IPA, guys. It's not expensive. You can buy it at a pharmacy or something else, somewhere else. I buy it in liters. The last time I bought a batch was 6 liters at once. It smells smells like alcohol, yeah. Fireworks. And please obtain some proper leaded solder wire. I love to use Stenol, but sometimes solder wire is not obtainable, leaded, or way too expensive, and I try to find other brands, and I tried some brands that I didn't like at all, but I know now which I like and like not. So mostly I like Stanel leaded solder wire for this kind of purposes, and for new boards I use lead free new interfaces, because I'm not allowed to use leaded solder more than 7%. Okay, that looks a lot better. Now we can check if there's any problem with the sockets that have been replaced, or the chips that have been replaced. I don't see any problems here. So it was mainly the flux remainders. But the rest seems to be okay. Right. So let's remove these capacitors and put in new ones. And let's see how we're going to do that. I think we can put this one back. Yum. I'm ready for this. Are you ready? This is an issue 4A board. So 2 remaining. It's on purpose. Come to that later. Was there a dip in the view just a second ago? Dip in the connection? It's odd. It says a couple of minutes ago there was a dip from 24 to 2 viewers. Odd. I have no idea. It's just the YouTube Studio. It's just no, it's gone. YouTube Studio is just messing up. All right. Let's remove all the lags of the capacitors and then get to replacing them. I think I can still fix that differency that was damaged this much. Maybe I will do it for myself and keep it. Can't do any harm, but I won't resell one with the board has been damaged quite a lot. Right. Right, so we can put in the new ones. guess I inspired Wayne to get a cup of tea. So again, this is an issue 4A, and some issue 4A's have a capacitor here, but with this factory modification, the I think 22 microfarad capacitor is at the spot of the two big diodes. These smaller capacitors here, seem to not have been inserted nicely also within from factory, because they're sticking out quite a lot. So what can you do about it? But anyway, if they work, it's okay. And of course we need to do these two once we finish the other one, so we forgot one here. But I also always do them separately because you need to remember the orientation and how they're put in, so we'll do it in a second. Right. So now the other two. I think this is 22 microfarads. Let's just cut the mags off first. This is a yeah 22 as well. Alright. So this is the way I want to get that one in back to the board. Again, this is a factory modification which is done quite a lot. I'm not sure if all 4A boards have this modification. There are some people that know much better than I do why these modifications are in place, what have been done at the time. I have to look it up. Alright, one more. One more here. Aimed to the right. And this is a 1 microfarad. So it's at midnight then? Yeah, Ivan. Did you tell me where you live? I wonder. Cool. Original plus 2 ROM, yeah. It's absurd how many I managed to obtain, and the last batch I ordered was a huge batch, and the guy told me he worked for Amstrad back in the days, and this has been stocked up at his workplace where he worked. It was not his workplace, but he worked there, so he sold them all, and I obtained almost all of them, I think. Dozens. Original ROM chips. Which is quite lucky because I won't sell program chips, so being able to offer original ones is just perfect. Alright, so all new capacitors. What do you think? Is it time to power up this one? What do you think? Let me know, guys. I think we can. Just to clean up the edge connector a bit. Oh, this one is dirty. You can see it, can't you? Look at how black this one is. We need a couple more. I'm going to use the glass fiber brush to make them even cleaner because it's not that good. That's better. Can you see the difference? Can you tell the difference from that angle of the camera? I think you can. Just don't exhale these wires, these hairs. It will get you in trouble. Wow. Shiny. That looks nice. Okay. Let's safely remove this one. I don't like that. One more cut and swap. And I think I noticed some spots that I want to clean a bit, but I will use just a cut and swap for that for this time. So this was the area that was damaged. Was probably using a cheap or bad soldering iron. And of course, a good soldering station is quite expensive. And please don't buy the WS10010 from Weller. It's a piece of garbage. It's this one. I'm using it until it breaks down again, and then I will replace it with something proper. Where I always did make good soldering stations, but not these days. You can buy cheap ones, and the cheap ones are garbage. I don't like that at all. Right, so I think we're good to go so far. It's time for a test. And what I can do is test the. I think that's the best thing to do. Test the ULA chip maybe on the other board, or just test the board as it is. I'm doubting a bit. I think I will just test it. Let's just test it. Let's just see what happens. Short power on. Okay, we have a low RAM problems. Let's see what the die card says, and let's crank up the brightness a bit, because I don't like it being this this low when I'm looking at it. All right. Let's see. Okay, it boots up, but we certainly have a problem on one of the low RAM chips. I do have all the power lines, so there are two chips not working correctly. Chip 3 and chip 5. I think it's on the right. So more chips need to be replaced, and it's too bad because already two have been replaced and with non-original chips, and I don't like that. So my ODD says I need to replace more than two. Where is that cabinet with the chips? Oh, I have it here. I have something new, by the way. I didn't show you yet. Let me show you that. So I'm very organized. So this is my refurbished cabinet with lower and higher upper RAM chips, ULA heatsinks, ULA chips underneath, Z80 CPUs, tier 4, tier 5, 8V 2 Xeni diodes, mic and ear sockets, DC socket, DC voltage regulators, coils, sockets for the ROM chip, sockets for RAM chips. So what else do you want? Isn't that great? And you can get them out one by one if you want. So I've spent some time in 3D printing these smaller cabinets that fit in there. Right, so cool. Cool, Mark. So you have original plastic rivets. How many? Dozens? I wonder. Australia. Sorry, Ivan, that's so late there. What can I do about it? I wish I could do something about it. 3 and 5. Let me check. Let me get the document to see which two those were. Oh. I think it's written in my own manual. Why should I bother? It's just simple as that. So let me zoom in. Yeah, so let me switch. Right, so this is the manual for the ZX die card, and it says chip 3 and 5, which is this one and this one. I'm not sure if you can see my mouse moving, but so the fourth from the right and the third from the left. So let's work on that. Those two. And let's hope that's all. But I'm still tempted to swap these ITT ones out as well and see if I get more STC ones. I hope so. Oh no. No. I have one STC left here. Oh, that's too bad. I got more boards in the barn to get out the 4116 chips. Maybe I got a couple here. Let me check. Maybe I have more here. Nope. These are untested chips. Let me see, are there STC chips in here? Come on. Yeah, we got one. And another one. I have to test these, of course, because I don't know if these are working or not. And another one. We got 3. A gym. Is there more? Well, I don't think so. Nope, I got 3 chips. It's too bad. So what I can do, of course, is replace them all with other ones. So tell me, this is a kind of a poll. Do you like these chips all being the same brand and type? Or is it no problem that they're mixed up? So I can add 2 more ITTs, of course, because I have more ITTs here. What do you think? What do you think? Let me know. I want to know. Before I'm going to do anything, oh, well, I can get them out. I need to get them out anyway, so let's do that. It works as fine with mixing them up, so there's no problem at all. It's just something I like to do, having all the same type. Oh, oh, oh. I really thought I put down the volume of these apps, but it seems I haven't. This is my notification of I've got work to do. Where is my screwdriver that I need now? One's out, one to go. So if you like that sound, then you could put in an order. All the same, yeah. That's what I think. So maybe I should get them out all, but the problem is they're all soldered into the board, which is fine, you know. So there's not much reason of doing it differently. It's not my board. What do I have to tell about it? I think I will just try out these STCs that I just found and see if we can if those work and the board will power up and boot up correctly with them. And it's so much easier to use the die cards to find the misbehaving chips. It's perfect. It's I think the die card is something like €35, but it will save you such amount of time. For me, if I would still be guessing whether as I did in the past, it would not be worth repairing machines like this. It's so time consuming. Oh, by the way, I keep all these non-working chips. I have loads of them, hundreds of non-working chips. Not only memory chips, but all kinds of chips. Let's test the other 2 or 3 ones I found in a non-working board. So my test board here has a socket for that. Oh, it's, by the way, it's an STC as well, so I can use this one as well if I want to, if I need to. So maybe I can replace the 4 of them. I would love that. And I got one more here, but it's a shiny one, so there's a difference in how they look. Just a second, but before I can put them in, I need to clean them up a bit, and then I can test them. So these come right off a board, maybe a board where I also did put in the effort to get all the same chips in. If you have like 4 dead chips, sometimes it's just worth the trouble of socketing all the chips and putting in 8 new ones. It's no problem with having the chips socketed. It will be useful later on in years, when maybe one of more dies as well. And it's really important to replace the capacitors to avoid getting more lower RAM chips damaged, because they're really sensitive to voltage issues. Alright, this one is cleaned. Let's clean the other ones as well. So I have no idea if these ones are working. I have to test. I know there are chip testers for these, but I like to just test them in a ZX Spectrum board. that came off my test board is also dirty, so a lot of solder remaining, so let's clean it up as well. I know this one is working, but we'll test them all in a sec. Right. The only thing that is remaining is testing or cleaning them up with a little IPA, because there's loads of flux on the pins left now. And I have new chips, but those are all completely branded differently, so I don't like using them in an original board. Only if you need to replace all of them, for example. And of course I won't sell new old chips, but if I tested them myself, I haven't seen any problem. If there's a problem with the refurbished board within a certain amount of time, like a year or something, then I will fix it within warranty. But until now that hasn't happened. So if the board is fixed and refurbished and get new capacitors, I haven't had a situation where the board had more problems quickly. Maybe one or so. I've done so many boards, but most of the time they continue to work for years. And many people will still just buy them or have them refurbished to continue using them. So it's not so that they just want them refurbished and stored or something. But many people just can continue use these boards. So if there would have been more problems after testing a lot, then I would have known. Alright, we're going to test the chips. Let's see if all the legs are clean now, because I think I saw a solder blob remaining. I hope you can still hear me, because the vacuum hood is quite loud. But I think the software filters it out quite nicely. Right. So we got 4 STC chips. So maybe if these all work, we can replace the ITDs as well. This is my test board. ITDs were on the other board. Alright, let's see. A case of the Spectrum PSU. Just a case of an original power supply. I've got plenty power supplies. Some with noisy transformers inside, which I don't want to sell, so that could be something you can use for that. Oh, so this chip is not working. It's already showing all kinds of problems. The first one. So let's get to the second one then. Okay, this is booting up properly. So I think this chip is working. Where's my die card? So the first one wasn't. So that's a dead one. Let's mark that one. More dead chips. So it seems until now I cannot replace old STC chips with original ones, although I have one more here, as I said. Oh, let's get to the other camera. Ah, I've seen that at Spectrum Plus. Didn't you have one already? ZX Spectrum Plus from Egypt? I thought you did. Alright. Alright, so this chip's working perfectly. It's not getting hot. So I dare to use that one for a refurbishment. And let's check the other three. It's also working properly. So first I will just drop in these STCs if I get at least two like this one. And then we'll see if we have enough to replace the ITTs. But it's not really necessary, it's just something I like. Let's see if these ones are working. Oh well, as I said, I have plenty of original power supplies, Ruud. It's just that I think I offered them in the web shop in the past, but no one was really interested because a new one is better. It's quite simple. I can refurbish them because you need to replace the capacitor inside the original power supply. But they might always be a bit noisy. But I replaced the foam as well, so it should be okay. So this chip is fine as well. The pins are not completely straight, but we'll sort that out later. Another good chip. So we have 3 working chips. So if we have 4, then what do you think, guys? Should I replace those 2 ITTs as well? So we have 8 of the same type, not exactly the same date, but it's not that different. What do you think? All STCs or not? All right. Okay, this chip's not getting hot as well. One more to test. And it's working as well. So we have 4 working chips. Tell me, what should I do? First, let's get in these 2 to see if the board is actually working. And then we can decide if we will replace the ITTs. I will only sell one if I tested it myself, Ruud. So it's no big deal by replacing the capacitor. I have them here in stock, so and I think I have plenty of. I will only select one for you with perfectly original cables because I have loads of them with torn cables, you know. So we'll check it. All right. I just hope I have a perfect one here in the attic. So, let's move my testboard aside for a bit, solder in the 2 chips, and then I want to know from you guys if you want me to replace the ITTs as well. We'll discuss that in a second, or you can let me know now so I know already. That was that. Yeah, I've seen an Egyptian +3, but really, do you have 4 different Egyptian ZX Spectrums then? That is awesome. If you have the +3, of course. We'll discuss that. Don't worry. All in time. And we Spectrum enthusiasts, we don't worry about time that much because we're using 40 plus years old computers, you know. but I want to get rid of my backlog. Not in time, but soon. Including some repair of a Timex machine and testing a Egyptian Arabic +3, which until now I think there's only been known that one in existence, or am I mistaken? Have you seen more, Mark? Let me know. We could just ask the seller on eBay, because he's been offering a lot of Egyptian versions, and I wonder if maybe he's still adapting ZX Spectrums to Egyptian standards, with the ROM and the labels on the labels on the keys, and so I think it's really cool, especially the Arabic 48 basic ROM is just a piece of art. It's magnificent how it's developed and how it works. So once you start typing on those ROMs, it will change the previous typed in letters, Arabic letters, how do you call it? Writing according to the rest of the word or grammar. I'm not sure how it works exactly, but it's fascinating to see. So it's a completely different ROM, and I don't think it will work with different C using that ROM, I think. But they all have a switch. You can switch between original 48K ROM and the Egyptian ROM, and it's just insane how much effort is put in to create an Egyptian 48 basic ROM. It's just insane. It surprises me a lot. And I think the same ROM is used when you're using a 128K mode, by the way. So you have a 128 menu, of course, but when you start typing, it's all using the 48K ROM all the time, I think, as far as I know. It's just really, really interesting to see how the ROM has been developed. So, what do you think? Is this board going to work? Hey, Ivan, good night, man. Speak to you later, I hope. Two different +2s, two different drums. Cool. Cairo. He finds them in Cairo. Cool. He doesn't modify the machines, he finds them in Cairo. But what do you think, Mark? Are all of those modified Arabic machines coming from the same company or person? What do you think? I wonder. Okay, let's see. Is this machine going to power up correctly? I have my doubts. I don't know. Whoa! It is. Okay, now the question is remaining. Maybe Ivan can still reply with his answer. Should I replace the two ITT chips as well? What do you think? No one dares. No one dares. No chips are getting hot. And if they were, I would see it in on the video I put. I think I can make it a bit brighter. Not too much then. Yeah, that's okay. It's just with demos, it's hard to see. Tell me, replace the ITT chips with STCs or not? It's not my board again. It's not something I should decide over. I don't think the owner can bother, but I think it will look better. I think it will look better. If it broke that. Yeah, you're right, but it's just hard to see two ITTs in between the STCs. Oh, I don't like it at all, and I got two STCs here, you know. It's a dilemma. The only thing with the STCs I have here is that one has the STC logo before the date code, and the other one after it. So I will just keep it as it is. Okay, let's keep it as it is. So I won't get any comments because of that. I think it's fine as it is. It's just too bad that I don't have any more SDCs. If I would have had two that have the same way of marking, then I would have replaced them, but I don't. Not at the moment. I probably have more in the barn, but let's keep it as it is. So this machine is working. Has replaced capacitors, replaced the DC converter. Let's write it down. Where are my labels? Don't know. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's what I've seen, Mark. It's we should make a video about those ROMs, don't you think, Mark? I think it's just really cool to show everyone how the Arabic ROM is made and what it does. Maybe you can make a video about it. Do you have a YouTube channel? I don't know, because you know the ROMs better than I do. You showed me some things that I really don't know how to reproduce. Some Arabic words, maybe. I don't know what you showed a couple of years ago, but it was really cool to see. So what we did is replaced 7805. We did. I don't think we did any other repairs except for the two RAM chips. Did we? No, I don't think so. Replaced. IC 11 plus IC 9. So that was it. Now we still need to finish this board off with the heatsink on the ULA chip, which I need to test first. We'll do it later. But for now the board is working, so that's good. Let's grab another box. Again, because we need to finish this board, but this is done already. These are his parts, so let's add them as well. Yeah, I got not many, but I do get some customers who want the machine to be able to work when they want to power it up, but still want them to have the original RF output. So you can decide it if you want, but oh, I forgot to put in this note. It's just the experience, you know. If you're used to connecting your ZX Spectrum when you were younger to your TV and you still want to do that, well, it's no problem. You can do it. So you have people who like the best crisp output as you can have, like with the ZX HD, and you can have people. It's too bad. So will this work? And you have people that just want to have it as original as possible. Man, this is so damaged. Yeah, there are some tricks damaged here to the throughput board, but I think I can make it. But do you think, is there any reason I would try to get this one working again? I can. It's a piece of history. But the board is it's not straight anymore. You can see how much damage it is. It's ridiculous. What do you think? Should I get this board working? I'm sure I can get it working, because there are not many tricks there that need to be fixed, and it's just a 2-layer board, so I can fix this if I want to, even with the connections to the throughput edge connector. It will not be straight anymore. There's an angle in this screw hole, and there's an angle here, so I don't think so. I will think this is just a waste. I think it's just a waste. Toss it. Yeah, I think so. It would be cool to just keep it in this shape to remember what happened. Maybe we'll just keep it. Maybe I will. I think I will put this on a wall in my new space in the future. What do you think of that? Just keep it on the wall and maybe put a small piece of paper on the back to remember what happened to it. That would be cool. But I want to use it. There's no reason to use it myself to repair it. I can, but I won't. All right. Let's clean up a bit. You cannot see it, but there's a lot of parts here again that need to be cleaned up. So. No, I won't send it. That's completely right. All right, let's, yeah, this way, okay. All right. Frame it. Yeah, I might. I think it's cool to have some of these things. No, I wouldn't put in the effort of putting it in epoxy. I think it's cool to have some of these artifacts remaining in the future to as a remembrance of what happened. Anyway, let's see if I have messages in 1-inch screw. It would be cool, yeah. All right, let's see. Next one. What do we have? There are 2 more. Oh, I'm forgetting to update the text again. Let's do that first. Where are we? Board refurb. Done. Not completely, but almost. So 2 remaining. Number 6 and number 7. Is the text still okay? I think so. There are odd sounds coming from the street. Really odd. Anyway, so almost through this stack. It's quite a lot today, but I want to have this done because there's so much more to do. So let's get it going. So I got 2 boards from Manuel, from Spain, and one is a toast rack board, and one is a seems to be a issue 2 48K board. Seems like, looks like a bomb when you think. Expect as a bomb. Well, it's not. It feels like it's expecting. So I have faith in this one. Can open it though. Bit too much tape on it. Yeah, boring repairs are much more fun when people are watching. That's true. Again, I don't like plastic wrapped around the board. We talked about ESD straps, but this is just asking for problems. This is not good, but as long as the board is working, it's okay. Nice. It's a good looking board. Something happened to the regulator. I got the heat sink here, but it broke off. It's, you can see that. Plastic. Let's recycle this. All right. Let's move some parts we don't need anymore. That's 1, 2, 3. Okay, this is all from Manuel. And I'm not sure what the state of this board is, but at least we can see there's no voltage regulator on this. So if it would be working, it must have been hit by lightning or something. By the way, my first ZX Spectrum was hit by lightning, hence I am still doing this work. It was a special Spectrum. I'm not joking. Okay. Again, let's replace the capacitors and let's put in a new voltage regulator because there isn't any at this moment. With our cabinet full of parts, isn't that cool? I still have to look up, by the way, if the DC input sockets are okay from the other boards. This one is has a lot of oxidation on it, so we'll replace that, but we'll do that later on. All the checking and the final testing will be done on the other side of the space here. So now we're just going to make them work, make them boot up, and then later on we're going to check all the other details. So all the upper end has been upgraded, so this has been an upgraded board because the sockets are from factory, with this relay chip obviously, but we're just do the default work. I will not power it on before replacing the capacitors. That's my way of doing it. I don't like that at all. I don't like to add damage. If I can, I need to replace the capacitors anyway, so that's the first thing I will do. And I will put back the heat sinks, the voltage regulator heat sinks, but obviously without the 7805 regulator, but just for the looks. There's no reason why not doing that. Sometimes I need to just cut a little piece of the heatsink, but it's not too difficult. So, at least now we can power it up, but we won't. And as your tube board looks a bit odd because it's sticking out just a bit at the side of the board. It's the same with the Traco Power DC-DC converters, but right. There's no added capacitor here. Some boards have them, some don't. Right. Let's get on a snack. This time it's a donut. Let's see if there's anything interesting going on Facebook. grab some more coffee. Right. Okay. That one was hard. Okay, another hard one. Let's open now. Almost. Nice. So I'm finishing the batch of today. This is the second last one. Just had a toaster board remaining, and then I have something like, I think, 6 other boards or six other devices. I'm not sure what they are, or people with more than one thing to fix or for refurbished, which I will work on. Some live, some might already be done. Have to check. And this way I hope I can have the backlog sorted out in a couple of weeks now. I know I've been promising a lot already, but things are changing. Bookkeeping is coming to an end, though of course it's something that will return for as daily work. But my wife is going to do the bookkeeping, so sorting out invoices and processing them in the bookkeeping system, and maybe I will get other people do other stuff which I can have them do instead of myself. Let's see about it. But this is not really straightforward, of course, but my work is not only repairing, my work is also producing new hardware. And as long as someone can handle a soldering iron and has some experience and can do decent work decently, make products that not only work but look good as well, maybe I can hire someone in the future. We'll see about it. It won't be easy, but it's manageable. But only when I have a separate workspace in the future. And maybe not, maybe I will keep doing this myself as long as I can finish the backlog and keep up with all the work after that. I will also, of course, develop new stuff. I like that. Loads of ideas, no time at the moment. Alright, so about all capacitors are out, except for one. I think we can put in new ones now. Love espressos. So, capacitors for an issue 2 board. Let's start off with the easy ones. Oh, there's some solder remaining there. There is always one capacitor where the polarity is printed wrongly on the issue 2 boards. If you want to know which one it is, Google for ZX Spectrum capacitor maps, and you should get to my website, which shows the capacitor map, which I'm using right now. So this one here. which has a note about the wrong orientation of the capacitor on the board. So the capacitor is put in correctly, but it's the opposite of what the board is telling you. Be careful with that. It's no fun having a capacitor pop when you're working on it. I don't like it when it happens. I do wonder, by the way, how if the new capacitors are more durable than the original ones. So will they last longer or the same or not as long? I wonder. Who can tell? I actually don't know if there's a way of, oh yeah, I forgot one here, of doing that, or telling that, or knowing that. Right, it's 22, now a 1, 2 ones. So both aimed to the left instead of what the board is saying for this one. The other one is printed correctly. And then we can power this one on. So I know I'm going to do more refurbishments and repairs this week, but again, first I will check which ones are waiting to be shipped only. I won't do them live, of course. I've done a couple yesterday, but I have so many here waiting for that throughout the years. Okay, 2 more there, both 22s. This board doesn't have the 4.7 microfarad one. So this is an early one, an early issue 2. Okay, I think I've got them all on the right side of the board. Now only this one that I forgot, and then the one here right below the modulator, and this modulator has some rust on the edge, on the connector as well, so we'll get some sandpaper and after this. But just let's hope that this board is just going to work. So 2 more capacitors first. And that should be 22 microfarads as well. Okay. Should clean up the board a bit, but we'll do it later. I first want to know if this board works. So it seems 2 RAM chips have been replaced on this board as well, and some pads of the ULA chip have been reflown, but I don't think the socket has been replaced. Alright, so just this one, and then we're done with this board for the capacitors. Right, another 22. Alright, looking good. So just the output connector, and this one needs to be modified as well to composite video. Otherwise I can't test it. Hey Hank! No problem, Hank. Let's be safe with testing the equipment. Alright. This one has quite short wires to, so the question is, do I have enough? If I can reach it at all. I think I did. Nope. So now I did. And I wonder if this is long enough. I think it's just long enough. Again, I can still undo this modification if I want to, if I need to, if someone asks me. So that's not the trouble. But this one is really short. I will grab something that's a bit longer. The most easy way is just getting a leg of a resistor, for example. Nope. So, that's long enough. I always cut off the 5 volts. I think I forgot it at the other board. Let's check about it later. And then we need to get the rust off it. It's not too bad, not as bad as the other one, but alright, almost done. That's a lot better. Nice. Then let's see if we did everything we need to power it up for the first time after a while, because how long this might not have been powered up, I don't know. Right, capacitors are on. Yeah, let's power it on. We did a composite video modification. Let's see. I have absolutely no idea if this board is working or not. Let's find out. It is. Connection is still not good. Maybe I should improve it, but the picture output is perfect. So that's good. No errors yet. No heat chips. No hot chips, sorry. It's a bit yellow, so I just need to tune the video output a bit with the trim capacitors, resistors. But it's working just fine, so that's nice. Let's grab another box for this one. But we have 2 boards from the same person, so let's put them in one box. Right, so this board is working just fine. Really happy. That was a nice job, not too hard. Now for the last one for today. Which is this one, and it's also from Manuel, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, the same Manuel. This is a big box. And I think this is only a toast rack board, but it's wrapped in an insane amount of bubble foil and other and more bubble foil, but the big bubble foil. Then there's no problem. It's just a lot. Look at that. It's another bomb. As long as I'm not on an airplane, I can, and I'm able to say that. There is some anti-static material around the board. Can I pull it out? Nope, I can't. Again, It's a bit overprotected, but the heatsink is with the voltage regulator inside as well. I couldn't tell, but just find out. And we got loads of plastics again, and I should leave the air out, but I'm not sure if it's easy because of all the tape around it. Well, it's getting better. It's getting smaller, so we can recycle it easier. Right. Oh, I forgot this one belongs to the other board. Can we pull it out? Oh, okay, still not. Okay. No audio? There is audio. Oh. I can see it in OBS. There's a bar that shows the volume level all the time. And I have a microphone, you can see the light here. And now you can hear me. I tried wireless microphones. I should return one, by the way, from Patrick still. But where did I leave my scissors? But I think the USB microphones nowadays are so good in picking up the sound from everywhere, amplifying it automatically when needed, and filtering out distorting sound like if you scratch the microphone or something, it will filter it out. I'm not doing it right now because I'm not entirely sure if it's done by OBS or it's done by the microphone itself. I don't know. Okay, this one was picked well. It's a bit much, so another full box of plastic, but again, it's not wasted. It will be recycled if it's up to me. I've watched some videos of people making their own PLA out of PET bottles, soda bottles, but it's way too much effort, if you ask me. So, all right, finally, this is a toast rack board. It's got a derby ROM. Wow, it's an original development ROM, I think. So we should check that out. I'm not sure if this board will work. There are some flying modifications here, but those could be factory modifications. And I dare to power up this board because the capacitors are better. It's younger. I just need to grab another cable because this one will not suit. The cable I have will not suit this board. Just a second. So I got this cable here. Just need to swap it out with our input. And this one has the an issue version 2 toast rack board, which is cool, an early one. All right. So again, I'm not sure if this one is working, but it's a really early special board. This might have been in one of the toast rack cases without. This one has a heatsink, so I'm not sure. But because it has a derby ROM, I think it's an original one. And this is a really early toast rack board, as far as I know. So we don't need this cable. We need the other one, and we need to switch to the other input. It doesn't power on. That's a pity. Or maybe it does, but I cannot see anything. No, it doesn't do anything. It has a really big problem in the power. Of course, we don't have 9 volts or 5 volts. My bad. Let's try that again. Okay. it is working, just does not have any video output. I'm not sure why not. Don't see a reason for it. It is connected properly. Let's see if the diagram is not booting up properly. So not sure why that is. We don't have any video output. So I wonder where to start. It could be, I have seen some Toastrack board versions with a different RGB output. Oh, this is probably then from an Infrastronica ZX Spectrum. But I think the Infrastronica doesn't have composite video on the output pin. Let's look it up. Let's see if we can find it. I wish I could remember everything. I got a schematic from the Infrastronica Spectrum, so we can check that. Yeah, so let's share that with you all. Right, so here is the Infrastronica RGB socket, and pin 1 doesn't have the connection to composite video. So that's a pity. There also isn't an easy way of obtaining composite video, I think, or maybe it is. Govo modulator, maybe, nah. No, I don't think so. We could try to derive it from pin 6 or from the modulator input. But I will show you the difference between this one and the Toastrack itself. Can I open this with another program? I would love that. So I can show them each at a side. So here you can see that pin 1 is connected, composite video, and you can see the difference here. So from pin 6 of the let's put them aside. All right. So from pin 6 of the video encoder, you have 3 diodes, a transistor and a resistor going to composite video. On the Infrastronica model, you only have 1 diode going to 2 transistors, and this is not connected to anything else than the modulator. And I even doubt that this transistor is the same. No, it's a different transistor as well. So we cannot use this signal for composite video. What we could do is, for example, add 2 diodes and that transistor. This is ZX313, but you can also use a 2N3904. I thought it's in the document. Let me open that video, fix this document. So in this document, it shows which transistor you can use if your board doesn't have one yet. So this is a 2N3904, so you can use that instead of the ZX313. So we could add that to the the Infrastronica board, or we can, for example, just connect it by using RF for the moment. Is it issue 2 straight? Yeah, issue 2 straight, so it's an early issue 2. Alright, so what shall I do? I think it's good to just add composite video, albeit for testing purposes only. I even think that Retro Computer Shack has a cable for the Infrastronica itself. I'm not sure. Let me check. Let me check if we can find it. Nope. It's there's only one cable for the Toastrack. is this one, and I'm not sure if it will work. No, not for the Spanish Infrastronica model. So you can see that it requires a different RGB cable, and hence it might be worth to add composite video to the output pin 1 as it is on the UK toast rack. I think it's worth the trouble, don't you think? What do you think? It's quite easy to add that, so I think we're going to do that. So we're going to add 2 diodes to start with. Then we're going to add one 2.2K resistor, and the transistor we need as well. So this way we can add composite video to pin 1, and we can boot up the system. Let's do that. I don't think I've done this before, mainly because I lacked knowledge back in the days, but I think we can do it now. Not too much work. So we're going to find the first diode, which is connected to pin 6, and we're going to add the 2 added diodes. Let me put the schematics next to each other so I can see what I'm doing. So it should be D30 on the board. Let's see if we can find it. D30. It's a simple diode, so we should be able to find it quickly. But I don't see it yet. I think it's this one then. Yeah, so starting here, going there, so we can add 2 more diodes from that one. It's a bit far away from the TA chip, because normally I would add those parts on top of the chip, which I can still do if I want to. And I wonder also, I think we'll just add 3 ones on top of the chip. But I do wonder, so this video signal is only used for, no, it's the signal that's going to the modulator. Okay. And there is another signal added. No, that's 5 volts. So is nothing added then? No, it's just this composite video signal going to the modulator. Okay. So we're going to change it, add another output for the video signal, but then specifically only for the composite video. Now the question is, can I reach the pin 1 from the board, on top of the board? And I'm not sure about that. So we have to check. I can't even tell which pin is pin 1, but we can find it out by getting this cable here. Right. So now we can just use this side, it's easier. So this is the composite video cable. It's a splitter, so it's the same. It uses this connector uses composite video from a toast rack R+2, gray +2, and it's the same connection as that one. So those 2 are connected, and now I can find which pin here it belongs to composite video. So let's find out which pin is it. Oh, that one. This one here. Okay. All right. Let's mark it. This is a marker that will come off with IPA. So we want to have composite video on that pin. That's the first thing we're going to achieve. But it's not. I don't think it's connected anywhere on the board. So we have to somehow manage to put a wire there, and maybe I can achieve that by using one of the unused holes of these parts here. So preferably this one maybe. Yeah, that's big enough. That's good. So what we can do is use a tiny wire, insulated of course, going through that hole, and we can use that to connect to composite video output. So that's a good way of doing that in a second, but first we're going to add the parts that we need. Oh, this is bad. Alright, so we need a connection to pin 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We also need a connection to, let's see, ground. Which one is the easiest to grab for ground? It's on the chip as well, of course. So I could just check it in the schematic. Just a second. Yes, so ground is pin 9 or pin 17. Pin 9, so this is ground. It's true. So we'll use that one, and we also need a 12-volt input, which is connected to pin 11, I think. So this one should be. And how can I check that? Because let's see, just a second, guys. Ground. Sorry. Yeah, we can just use pin 11 for 12-volt input. Right. I think there was another resistor needed to check that. Alright, so the collector of this transistor will be connected to 12-volt directly. Then we have the base, which is the middle pin, will be connected to the 3 diodes and the resistor, and the resistor is also connected to 0 volts, ground. So let's see how we can pull the legs of this transistor to make it as easy as possible. So that will go to a resistor, that will go to the diodes, and that will go to 12 volts. I think this is a way of doing it. So that's one. And again, this can be temporary, or maybe if the customer wants it, it can be permanent. So this is the emitter, which goes to the output. And I think I needed a I needed a 75 ohms resistor to the output. I don't think this is the best way of connecting them. Let's see. I've done this before, but it's been a while. It's always hard to know which way is the best, but we'll just do it and we'll see how it looks like later, and we can always bend it differently. So 75 ohms for the output. this will connect to the output wire, going to pin 1 of the socket. But now we need to add the 3 diodes. I will lift it up for a second. It will be easier with the diodes. And in the UK ZX Spectrum, this is also added compared to the original Infostronica version. So these parts are just added as well. So I'm doing the same as in the UK version. You can always use ZX HD on the Infostronica toast rack. Of course, it's always good if the machine has been refurbished, new capacitors and so. But adding something like a composite video output is not really necessary if you have other options, of course. It's just what you would like to do with it. Hope you can see what I'm doing. So we're adding the 3 diodes first from pin 6, the composite video output, but the signal is biased way too high, so you need to drop down a couple of volts to get it to a signal that can be used to feed into the transistor and then into your television. Those are on. Now we can get back to the transistor, which is a bit too short at this moment, so we're going to modify it just a bit. Okay, so far it's looking quite nice. It's not the best ever, but you could also put that underneath. Maybe it's just better. Yeah, let's do it. Let's put the long lag underneath the 3 diodes. Shouldn't be too hard. That looks better. And now we need to connect it to the end of the 3 diodes. Without having to touch anything else, so I need to bend it a bit back. Right. Starting to look nice. It's not the best ever, but oops, should be careful. Almost cutting a leg here, so let's not do that. Okay, no problem. Right, so 3 diodes from pin 6. Going to the base of the transistor, and then the emitter is going to the output. We'll connect the wire to it shortly, and we have a let's see, from the output of the diodes we have a 2K2 resistor going to ground. almost done. So that side is connected, and now the other side going to ground. Okay, ground connection is there. Connection to the diodes is there. So the only thing that we need to do now is add the output wire, and then we're good to go. Yeah, I know about the keypad that needs another transistor. I've done it for someone once. Right. So, I need a wire. Quite a long one. And a very thin one. So, that's quite a combination. I got very thin wires here. Now the question is only if it's long enough, but it is, so that shouldn't be a problem. Oh, whoa. Bumping here. Shouldn't do that. Okay. So, output wire. What do you think? Do we get a video output signal? I think we will. I will just do a final check before powering it on. Don't want to mess it up. But I think this will work. And the owner might be happy with this added feature. So you can use a very simple video cable for video output, better than, of course, the antenna output. Alright, let's cut this to size and connect it to pin 1. This should work. You like this, these kinds of modifications, guys? Let me know. So again, I don't think I have done this specifically on a Spanish toast rack before, but I do have added composite video on, for example, a +2A, which doesn't have composite video at all. I think this is a good solution. Checking if I didn't short anything. It looks quite good. There's no reason of getting it short here. So the only thing I am interested in is, did I describe the solution somewhere? Let me see. Did I do it on a photo maybe? Nope. But I've done, I can show you, I've done it on a +2A board. I will grab the board, it's behind me, so, alright. So this is a +2A board, And you can see I've done the same modification here. So 3 diodes, the 2K2 on the same pins. Oh, it's over upside down. That's because it's also ground, but this chip is rotated compared to the one on the toast brick board. But I'm grabbing 12 volts on the same pin on the transistor, so that's all good. That's the output. So this should work. I'm quite confident. But I'm curious. What do you think? Let's try it out. Right. Okay, Wayne, see you later, man. Thank you for being here and thank you for the super chat. So, let's grab that cable again because we need this cable. The other one won't work because the other one doesn't have the DIN connection. DIN plug. Right. I am curious. It should work, but still it's something that is quite interesting to see, of course. So let's power it up this way. Right, Espanol. So we have picture output. There's only one thing that's messing up the composite video output, but it's hard to see from this distance. And that's that the audio signal is added to the video signal. You can hear it. So I powered it up. Oh no, sorry. On the modulator there's also sound, but adding sound to the video signal is distorting the video signal. So you can get rid of that. There is a solution for that in my document. Maybe I should just perform it. Why not? You will you can see it from the distance. It's too bad, but it works. And I wonder if well, let's first try it with the die card. Well, the video is really distorted, so we should add that solution. I'm just curious if that also applies to the Investronica board. So let's see. And again, you cannot see what's happening to. Oh, there's another problem. We most probably have a bad M1 line because my die card says it cannot detect the die hardware. So we most probably need to replace this Z80 CPU, but we'll test it in a second. I think the M1 line should just work on an Investronica toast rack, so there's no reason why not. And let me just put the come on brightness down again because it's way too bright with the diagram. That's a lot better. All right, so I wish I had a proper video to HDMI converter. I will get one in the future because I cannot show you how this looks from a distance. I don't have a solution for that. No, it's not a weak clock signal. This is really caused by audio. I will show you. I've seen this so many times before, but let's grab the document again. Alright, so in every 128K model the audio is mixed together with the video signal, and to get rid of that is by actually cutting the audio signal which is coming in here from the video signal. It's a really cheap method of adding audio to video, and in the time when people only used the RF input on the TV, it wasn't really noticeable, but nowadays when you have better TVs you don't want the distortion visible. So we'll cut it first. It's C126. The question, of course, is it the same part number on the Spanish toast rack model, but we'll see about that. And then we can reconnect it to the output of TR11, the emitter, not the collector, but the emitter. And that should add audio back to the modulator, but without distorting the video signal. And that later addition, the blue line here, was sent by Ingo, I thought it was Ingo Triple, can't remember, I wrote it down somewhere, but so someone else told me that you can just reconnect it somewhere else, and that's fine. So this is an actual photo of a toast rack. Only the question is if the parts are at the same position. So there definitely is a signal missing on the Spanish 128 edge connector. Yeah, well, I think it's the clock signal is missing. Oh, that's what you're talking about. Okay. Well, there's a clock signal missing on the Spanish toast rack, but that's not the M1 line or something. So it's the M1 line is should be there. Otherwise, you cannot use a diffMC interface or something else. We'll check that out in a second. Maybe it's just a dirty edge connector. Could also be, of course. We'll find it out. But first, I want to get rid of that awful interference, and for that I can also just grab the Spanish Infostronica toast rack schematic and see if that applies, if the same part numbers are there. Just a second. So is it also C126? Nope, it's completely different. So that is a kind of challenge, but I have the part numbers here, so that's not the biggest deal. So I can just compare them. So at the left you see the Infostronica part numbers, and at the right you see the part numbers from the original toast rack. Oh, I'm mistaken. These are the same. So again, this is from Infostronica, the left one, and C126 is the same as the UK one. So we can just find that, cut the connection coming from C126, so that's carrying the audio signal, and reconnect it to TR11, which is also the same. Yeah, it's also the same. So that will be an easy change, which I will do first. Because if you want to use the composite video signal, it would be nice if the quality was decent in any way. Right. And the edge connector is a bit dirty. It's some black stuff here, so we'll have to clean it up. But that might not cause the problem with the M1 warning in the diagnostic interface. So first, let's find C126. I think it's one of these here. I think the lowest one. And grab a wire. Just a simple wire for the audio. Wait a bit. I think it was .26. No, it's not that one. So I'm not entirely certain. It looks like that the part numbers may be the same, but they're placed differently on the Infostronica board. So in the UK board this should be R129 and it's different. So it's almost the same, but I think the lower one here is C126, and the UK one it's the one that where this 1K resistor is. So we'll find out in a moment. The only question is which side of the transistor will then go to the video circuit. I guess this one, because on the UK one it is the right side of the capacitor. Let's first get it out. Yeah, this is the correct capacitor, so that's okay. Now the only question is, where is my heater? Where did I leave it? Oh. Okay. So we need to find out which side is connected to for example pin 8. I think that's the easiest, pin 8 of the video encoder. Yeah, so we lifted out the correct side. So this pin here of this capacitor is carrying the audio, and we're going to relay that to another place. First connect it to this wire. right, and then to TR11, which is close to the modulator. It's the one on the left here. It's quite hard to reach, but we can reach it. And it should go to the emitter. I'm not sure which one it is, but it's quite easy to find out. We'll see which side goes to R330, which is a 1K5. I guess it's that one. Let's see. Oh, we can see it, by the way. I can see one side is going to the modulator input, so this should be this wire. It's not. Oh. That's odd. Now it is. But this side goes to the modulator. Then we have two more. One is going to ground by a 1K5 resistor. I think it's the easiest one, just measure to ground. Which one goes to ground? None of them is going to ground. Something wrong with my multimeter, you can see that. Okay, now it's measuring. Okay, this one goes through 1K5 and the other one won't. So I need to connect to the upper pin, which goes to a 1K5 resistor. So that's okay. So that way we can relay audio. It's quite nice. You can just put the capacitor on top of two other parts here. It's a quite short wire, so that's nice. I like it. And still, I know I have to ask if the owner likes the solution, but it's all to improve the video output, composite video output, because getting a RGB cable for the Spanish toast rack is hard. Mark, do you have a RGB cable for the Spanish one? Because Iron doesn't make them. From Retro Computer Shack. So we rerouted the audio to the corresponding signal on the modulator. That's one. And now we can test again and see if the video output has improved or not. It should. I stabilized the clock in one of my toast racks by removing TR3 and routed the clock through unused pins of. Oh, nice. You have so I guess the IC37 is a inverter, double inverter then. So you use two inverters of the chip, which is done this in the same way on the +2. It's odd that they haven't used it if they could, but it's a nice solution, Franco. But why is your computer not working? Okay, let's get back to see if the machine boots up with a better video output. I know it's hard for you to see, but you have to believe me on my word. It will be better if this works. So first without, oh, it's much better. So no distortion at all. There's only one thing there, which I recently found a solution for as well, and that's the yellow and blue ghosting effect around all the pixels. That can be solved quite easily with another added two parts underneath the TA2000 chip. And that should have been done because the specifications of the chip tell the factory, tell the developer that they should be added, but Sinclair just didn't do it. Maybe because they adapted the design from a Vestronica, I'm not sure. But also the +2, so every 128K model of Sinclair with that design don't have those parts. And I have a cabinet of those two parts now. Let me see where they are, because it will dramatically improve video output again. Where are those two parts? Let me check. I have so many parts here. Where did I leave them? I can find them. They're somewhere in here. Just a second, guys. Oh man, where did I leave them? Ah, there they are. So, only two parts are needed. I will show you on the other camera. So you need a very small capacitor. This is a 82 picofarad, and you need a conductor, a 15 microhenry. This is a thick one, but those were the only ones I could get easily. And this is how they should be connected. So I wrote it and I printed it and put it in this cabinet, so it's easy to actually add that solution. I will do that later. But at this moment, the picture output is just perfect. You have to believe me, but it's really, really better. Way better than it was. Alright, I used the RF to see if I could boots up. Not in Spanish for anything else in that. Yeah, and you have the working keypad. So that's cool. Alright, so I'm really happy until now. I think we're about to close up the stream for today. Because I will replace the capacitors as well on this one. But we are interested in one more thing, and that's why the die card said there were issues with the M1 line. And if there are issues, then we need to replace the Z80 CPU. And I want to do that before finishing off. How many hours have I been streaming? 4 hours or something, or 5 maybe? I didn't count. I just wanted to get this stack done. And more tomorrow or the day after. The edge connector is quite dirty, so maybe it's just that. But if the die card does boot up, you would expect that if the contacts are that dirty, then the machine won't boot up correctly anyway with the die card. It did boot up, so I guess it's just a faulty Z80 CPU, which happens a lot. We'll find it out in a moment. First, I'm going to grab a DiffMC interface, a blue one. And if you have been to Crash Live, like Wayne and some others, you have seen these because I made 30 of these for Chris Wilkins. Let's see. Okay, so as you can see, it does not boot up the DiffMC interface, which means we have a Z80 CPU with a defective M1 line. So we need to replace that, and before I will do that, I will write down what we have done so far and what we still need to do. Just a second again. It is on the shelf. Sorry, you know. I'm working on it. I'm working on it. I know I'm been so late and I've been promising people so many things, but we'll get there. I hope me staying calm will help you get some thrust in that I will solve it soon. So what we did is edit comp vid circuit. That's one. We rerouted audio to get rid of distortion on the video. Then to do add yellow cyan ghosting fix, and we'll now replace the Z80 CPU. Because of missing M1 signal. So that's what we're going to do for now. And at it might be a bit hard because this is one of those boards where all the pins have been pushed out to the sides, and it's really it's a pain of getting those out without damaging the board, but we'll do it. Just a moment. I had it when they do that with the IC pins. Yeah, it's really a pain, but it's the way they're produced, these boards. 4 hours, 50 minutes. Oh my god. Oh. You removed all the modulators. Okay. You could do that, but I guess many people don't want to. Where's your box? Oh, it's there. It's there. All right. I'm just joking. In Portuguese, I tried Ukrainian a couple of weeks ago in a chat from Sinclair, from Evgeny Suolem. It's really nice to jump in those live streams. And he's doing a great job, and really many people are watching his stream in Ukrainian, and I can't understand any word of it, but I really love to jump in and just respond in English. They'll always welcome me quite nicely, so I like it. Just wish I had any idea what they're saying, but when they're talking to me, they're talking in English, so that's good. Right, let's bend back these pins. This will work, just being careful not to damage the board. It will take some extra time, but... Has any of you done this before? Let me know. This is what I do when I see all the pins are bent outwards. God, and did I plan to stream for 5 hours? How can I do it? How can I live with this? Streaming for 5 hours? Maybe I should have made a charity stream of this or something. 5 hours is quite long, but that's my normal work day, at least 5 hours. More like 15. Anyway. One row. I guess many times it's such a pain. Yeah, it is. Cool. And do you know, maybe one of you is, but do you know people who are connected to the museum in Portugal? Sinclair Museum? Maybe it's a stupid question, I don't know. I think Mark has visited it. I still want to. We want to get to Portugal next year, by the way, so I really should combine it with a visit to the museum. We like going there in the summer. We land at Faro Airport and then drive over to the south. Also visited Ricardo Saraiva, who makes mystery sets nowadays. Portuguese beer is perfect. So, almost done. Now let's hope we can get it out easily. It's 40 pins, so it's still some work. Let's see. That's one. Okay, most are quite good, but still a couple bent back during the work. I wonder if this is enough. I'm going to give it a try carefully. I don't like the sound, so I'm going to do it a bit better. There are a couple that are clearly not completely empty, so let's start with them. That's one. Two. A couple more bent ones here. Let's bend them back. Right. I think there is a chance this is enough. Very carefully. There is movement. Oops. There was a lot of movement. Didn't expect that. It's looking good. I can. Oh, I feel some track hanging on my chip. I don't like that, but it's what it is. We got one damaged track, and the rest is okay. Let's fix that. I don't like that, but it happens. Let's clean up the underside first. Where is my solder wick? Was it gone already? I think so. So let's grab some new one. We'll check the chat in a minute. I just want to get this done first. Right. So in a moment we're going to put in a new socket. Let's grab one. Now let's see how bad the damage is. Nah, it's almost nothing. This is easy. I think I can even just put it back. But I think I need an extra wire. But we'll see in a second. Oh, okay. Yeah. So what I need to do is repair the track that came loose from the board with a drop of glue in a second, and add a tiny wire through the hole of the socket of the board, the pad. So first, let's add the wire and then glue it down. Oh my god. So much chats going on. You need to wait, guys. You can't respond quite yet. What do you think? Is the composite video output an improvement? What do you think? Would you like composite video on your Spanish toast rack? I mean, for testing it's quite useful. And I said it can be undone, so this was needed, this fix. Right, so I'm going to add the tiny wire now into the hole of the socket, of the board, sorry, the pad. And then we can put in the IC socket. First we need to glue down the track that came off the board to make sure it won't go anywhere. It's not really needed, but it's I think it's nice. Is it needed? No, it's not needed. I will put just a tiny drop of super glue on top. That's that. So let's put in the socket and another CPU and test it out. What do you think? Do you think this board will be working with in a one line and one signal with the FMNC or the die card, or will it not? And again, I'm going to clean up the remaining flux here later on. First, I want to see if it's working. What do you think? Will it work or will it not? It needs to be cleaned, but it should be no problem for testing now. Alright. I will not test the board without CPU, so we'll see. First, oh man, what loads of chats. Oh my god. You know the channel Mark fixes stuff. Well, this Mark only damages stuff. What have you done, Mark? Let me check. I don't know what the question was. Long streams are good. I usually miss live streams arriving late. No, this time you didn't. I've not been to the museum. Okay. I like long streams. Cool. Thank you, Franco. I helped Joe acquire a C5. Oh yeah. Okay. As well as two. What is Uniball Prit? Not working, I guess. LED-based Spectrum Plus. I mean, neither will, but willing to go. How about Louis? Let's plan it. Cool. Let me know if you guys go there. I will be in Portugal somewhere in I think June or July. Anyway, Chilean NTSC Spectrum. Cool. Have I seen that in Mark? The Spectrum from Chile. Cool. Never met a guy yet. Which guy? Yo. Oh, okay. You haven't met him. Okay. I've been to the museum. Okay. Me and Joe Ramos. Yeah. Used to work in the same company. Ah, okay. That's what I was confused about. You have the same first name. Okay. But we didn't manage to meet yet. Not even when I went to. Okay, so he wasn't at the museum when you visited it, I guess. Coffee mug stickers. Okay, cool. There's not much you'll learn from the museum, Ben, but please make sure to. I'm not expecting to learn something, but I like visiting places like that. Special event? Well, for me, nah. I'm on the lookout for a Beckham Nordisk version Spectrum. Never heard about that one. For him, okay. Yes, I agree. Speaker? I'm not that good of a speaker, I think. What's the difference between the vanilla ZX81 and the B&O? I think one sticker, yeah. It's just a label. I got a Argentinian ZX81. Cool. Oh man, stop with all the chats. There will be a day that I cannot keep up with all the chats. Are you going to use that CPU again? No. I know it's only a one line, but there's no reason of reusing this, because everyone who uses the Spectrum or ZX81 might sooner or later want to connect some storage interface to it, and that won't work without an M1 line. Why not snipping the leads from the top? Yeah, I can do that, but it's about the same amount of work. So hence I try to get it out nicely, and I keep all the non-working parts. I will put them on a wall once. Maybe I will sell them on eBay sooner or later for someone who likes to collect old non-working chips. I don't know, but I've got loads of them. So. Oh no, no more chats. Oh, more chats. That's the one. Which one? CZ. I have to say CZ because I can't say CC. CZ 1500. I was looking for inspecting clones and popped up. It took ages to get it from Argentina, but it was worth the wait. Must have been years ago, I guess. Cool. There's so many clones. It's incredible. It's incredible. I think Evgeny Suelem also made a video about Russian and Ukrainian clones. Should be on his channel. Yeah, you can use it, but there's no purpose for it because Z80 CPUs are still easy to obtain. I got loads of them, hundreds. So that's no problem. They're cheap. They're getting more expensive slightly. They were less than €1 each, and now I have to pay €1.60, I think, including shipping and all the stuff. So that's not too expensive, but of course I get batches in that do not work. Not all of them will work. Most of them will, and I also check if those are real NMOS chips or CMOS, because CMOS is perfect for Harlequin kits, but NMOS is required for original ZX Spectrums to have a proper I/O. Okay, let's see. Why do you remove the CPU so carefully when it's faulty? It's not careful. It didn't took that long, did it? The only reason is there's less chance of damaging the circuit board. That's true, Henk. You're right. Keychain. You will get people mad when you make keychains of whatever. If you make keychains of ULA chips, there will be hundreds of people getting mad at you. If you make keychains of Z80 CPUs, there will still be people mad at you. It's a shame. I don't know why, because if these parts are not working, why not? But I know there are plenty of people who get mad at you, so I won't dare. I won't dare with my reputation. If you want to buy dead ULA chips or Z80 CPUs and make keychains of it, you can find me on ZX Spectrum shop. You can fill in the form. I won't do it, but maybe you can. People will get mad a lot. People will get mad at anything, these days. But anyway, I don't mind. It's their problem. For example, I've got let's say 100 or 150 original rubber key ZX Spectrum cases with almost all ugly faceplates. There's no reason of selling them this way. So what I want to do is obtaining just new faceplates and offering the cases then as a substitute for the new replica cases. And I think there are plenty of people who prefer an original case because they know then that's an original case with a new faceplate instead of a replica case. But there are also loads of people that hate me for selling original cases separately without the original boards. But I know for a fact that there are plenty of people just wanting a board, so I offer the board separately. And I do keep some cases with the boards for refurbishment later, but there's not much. I think there are 9 people to 1, something like that don't mind getting a board out of a ZX Spectrum case and selling it separately, but there are still 5 to 10% or something that don't like it. But anyway, what can I do about it? I could sell the board with the case without any work done on the case, for example. That's what I could do, but I won't. So if people want a board, then they can order a board, and I offer all kinds of board issues. So from issue 2 up to issue 6A, it's no problem. You can order them and specify which board issue you want. Yeah, perfect, Franco. Why not? There's no reason why not. Harlequin boards fit perfectly in a rubber key case. So let's see. I just put back the Z80 CPUs, but we need one. So let's see. These are the ones for ZX Spectrums. Let's put one in and see what the board does now. Let's hope the track was the only damage that the board had. A last thing for today in the stream. It is powering up. That's first. Let's see if the die card works. That's what we want to know. I like the Elite 3. I had one and I sold it. It was a terrible shame. I should have kept my Elite 3 keyboard. We'll find one day. It's really nice. It's the best keyboard I think that's made. I got loads of custom keyboards for ZX Spectrum. Yes, it's working. It detected the hardware, so no warning at this time. Decatronics are easy to obtain. I think I have something like 4 or 5 maybe in storage. I need to check. I don't like them. I think they're bulky, but that's my personal opinion. I like typing on cherry red keys for ZX Spectrum, and I have a cherry red keyboard for my ZX Spectrum. Have you seen it, Franco? I think you did. Right, so this is good. We can play a game again if we want to. I just don't have the keyboard connected yet, but we're talking about keyboards, so why not grab it? So the best keyboard in the world is not a ZX Spectrum keyboard. It's just this keyboard for a ZX Spectrum made out of cherry red switches. And these are the best switches in the world. My personal opinion. I like typing on this and it works perfectly. Right. That's Investronica 48 Basic. Now let's see if we can load the game again. Okay. This should work. If I enable the joystick interface, it will. You can reach the third button. Just a moment. Dip switch. Right. I've got filled on this keyboard on the bottom, so I can just put it on top of the ZX Spectrum, and it's working. Woo-hoo-hoo! Select. It says select. Did you hear that? But I'm not going to select anything. I'm just going to load a game. I need to test the latest version of this NMI menu because this one is not that fast and also has a problem with you need to keep the shift key pressed. Anyway. Where's my game? Oh, this doesn't work. Another one then. What? Just reset, will you? Might be Investronica ROM. Could be it. I'm not sure. Well, this is going to 48 Basic without any problem, so okay, let's do it again. I'm not sure why that doesn't work, but we'll try it again. All right. Let's try this one. Right, how far can we come in R-Type this time? Oh, I can put on Infinity. May I enable Infinity or Immunity, maybe? Then the stream will be a lot longer. So, Immunity or just play without any pokes? You tell me. I'm waiting. Pokes or not? The real deal or the hacked one? Infinity lives. Okay. It's still cheating. I will play without pokes. I will just show my skills, okay? I hope I can achieve at least level 1. Hardcore. Oh, why? Bob, why did you have to put in all this text before playing the game? I talked to Bob quite a lot, Bob Pape. He's a really cool guy. He's retired at the moment. But he's open to respond to emails. And it's really cool to be able to talk to people like him that made one of the best ZX Spectrum games ever. The best, according to me. Anyway. Where's my remote control so I can put it a bit louder if I want to? Press the key. Yeah, again. Okay, there we go. Hope everything will work. Don't die, Ben. Don't die. No, don't die. Ooh, that's close. Oh, nice one. Ooh, that was close. It was really close. Oh my. Oh no! Oh, I feel so ashamed. I should have done a lot better. Oh god. Oh no, that's terrible. It's just this joystick. This is not the best joystick to play with. It's a joypad. I don't like it. I should just have grabbed a joystick. Okay, let me try again. It's been quite a while. Oh! I got 2 more lives left. This is bad. I can't play with a gamepad. It doesn't work. I'm telling you that. I should play with a joystick. It's not the same. I can always blame the Spanish toast rack. Oh man, I was shot again. Yeah, it's a Spanish machine, you know. It's not my fault. No, it's a perfect machine. I like it. No, I'm dead. I'm dead, guys. I will give up. I will give up. This is not my best. I did my best though. I liked. We fixed all machines today, except for the really broken DivMC interface. That wasn't my fault. I blame it on DPD, but hey, it happens. Oh my god, someone melted Spectrums for the gold? Really? Ugh. Right. Alright, I think I'm done for today. What do you think, guys? After over 5 hours, 5.5. It's 5:30 here. I need to get to dinner, I guess. We'll check it out in a minute. I think I've done a nice job, and I really want to thank you guys for joining with in the quest for getting all this devices and boards working. Anyway, I'm happy. I hope you like the stream. Let me know, please. And let me see how many people are left in the stream at the moment. 15 at the moment, but we had a top of something like 31. Wow, it's a lot. Yeah, 31. That was the top. So that's quite a lot for streams. I like it. Right. I will be back in a couple of days, 1 or 2 days, because I have plenty more things waiting. But in the meantime, I have to do loads of other things, and I don't have that much time, so I need to just hurry up. But I think we used our time efficiently today with the amount of work done, and we'll see what happens next. Change that ROM chip. Yeah. Get on with replacing the chip with the original +2 ROM. Goodbye, Hank, Franco, Capula, SK, Nuno, Hendrik. Am I forgetting anyone? I don't know. And of course, stay safe. And I hope there will be snow in Holland. I like snow, but I will go out skiing somewhere in February, so that will be okay. Bye. Okay. We'll speak to you later, guys. So bye for now.